I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. I have a statement to read before we hear the cases today. This is a public hearing, and we are the Zoning Board of Adjustments for Putnam County, Florida. We operate under the authority of Articles 11 and 12 of the Land Development Code as amended. The primary responsibility of the board is to hear and decide appeals challenging final determinations made by the Planning and Development Services Department under the Land Development Code, and to hear and act upon requests for variances, special use permits, nonconforming use determinations, and preliminary development plans under the Land Development Code. A variance is a relaxation of the requirements of the zoning code in a particular case where, because of unusual circumstances, a literal enforcement of our zoning code would result in undue or unnecessary hardship. The zoning code permits us to authorize variances only for height, size of structure, size of yards, and open spaces. If we grant a variance, we may impose reasonable conditions on the use of the property which must be satisfied if the variance is to remain valid. The standards we use in determining whether or not to grant a variance are listed in Section 45-833 of the Land Development Code. A special use permit is special permission to use property in a fashion which the zoning classification of the property does not automatically permit. If we grant a special use permit, we may impose reasonable conditions on the use of the property which must be satisfied if the special use permit is to remain valid. Unlike a change in the zoning classification, as a general rule, a special use permit applies only to the specific use requested in the application for a special use permit. The standards we use in deciding whether or not to grant a special permit are listed in Section 45-1083 of the Land Development Code. Procedurally, we will call each case by name and number. A member of the staff will then briefly explain to us the nature of each request. We will then take any comments from the applicant or their representative, followed by any public comments concerning the request. Please direct all comments or statements to the board and not to other people in the audience. Before speaking, we will ask each person to be recognized, come forward to the lectern, and identify his or herself by name and address. After all persons wishing to speak have been heard, we will entertain a motion from the board. This motion will be voted on by the board members and become our final order. Any decision made by this board can be appealed to the circuit court. However, any appeal must be filed within 30 days after the Board of Adjustments has rendered the final order which is being appealed. Are there any questions? Okay, before the first case is heard, all of those wishing to speak need to be sworn in. If you're undecided whether or not you're going to speak, it's iffy, please be sworn in today so we don't have to do it in the middle of the meeting. Okay, will the notary please come forward and administer the oath? Okay, before the meeting starts today, I would like for our attorney to address the audience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take a few minutes to explain, as best I can, the procedure the Zoning Board of Adjustment will employ during this hearing, some of which I have to say has already been explained to you by the chair lady. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the applicable Putnam County ordinances and Florida statutes. First of all, please recognize that this is a quasi-judicial administrative hearing. In this instance, that means that the formal rules of evidence and procedure are relaxed. The Zoning Board of Adjustment can, and probably will, hear and receive evidence that would not be allowed in a court of law. The Zoning Board of Adjustment does, however, follow specific procedures set forth in Chapter 45, Article 11, Section 45-1022 of the Putnam County Code of Ordinances. These procedures are designed to make the hearing progress in an orderly manner and to protect everybody's due process rights. Allow me to briefly describe this process. Number one, the chairperson, Ms. Osborne, has authority during and control over this meeting. Number two, each petition will be introduced by the chair. 3, Representatives of the Planning and Development Services Department will then make a presentation and will respond to questions posed by the members of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. The applicant will then make a presentation if he or she chooses and will respond to questions posed by members of the Zoning Board. The standard of proof in this matter is competent and substantial evidence. Excuse me while I sort out my computer. A definition of this standard is evidence that is sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion reached. Number 6, as set forth by the Putnam County Municipal Code, quote, interested parties, unquote, will be permitted to address the zoning board. Interested parties is defined as persons prepared to submit evidence to the board and be willing to submit to cross-examination. A person simply wishing to provide comment or other input without being subject to cross-examination may do so during the public input portion of the hearing. Number 7, the zoning board will then hear from citizens and or their representatives in support of the petition and answer questions, if any, posed by the members of the zoning board. The zoning board will then hear from citizens and or their representatives who are against the petition and answer questions, if any, posed by members of the commission. Comments by citizens either for or against the petition are called, quote, citizen comment, unquote, while it is customary that each citizen be given 3 minutes to speak. The chairperson has the authority to allow a citizen to speak longer. I believe you will find that 3 minutes will usually suffice. The chair will then allow the petitioners the opportunity to rebut any evidence offered against the petition. When everyone who wants to be heard has been heard, the proceedings will be closed and the committee will deliberate and vote. I appreciate your attention, and may I ask that we all conduct ourselves in a civil manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to make a comment. There was a lot of people that stood up to be sworn in, but I only have about 10 speaker cards. So is everyone not supposed to fill out a card that wishes to speak? I'm sorry? Well, let me just tell you, I'm sitting here and I have about 10 speaker cards filled out. So, do we need, for people who who raised their hand, who have not filled out a speaker card, need to do so?
Don't forget to ask about ex parte.
I will.
I know.
Yeah.
I just,
Please, on your speaker card, please put you're in opposition or for, and what case, whether it's a variance or special use permit.
I don't think you're going to make your second meeting.
Don't think so. That's okay.
Hopefully it's not really important.
I'm there.
Are we doing the variances first, or are we switching the order? Because I didn't hear that. I just noticed that that's what's up there.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense to get those people out here so they don't have to sit 3 hours.
I know, yeah. It's 6. God darn people. All right, she didn't. Elizabeth Harbis. May I have your attention? Would Elizabeth Harbis, who filled out a speaker card? You didn't put what? First two, 08 and 08, SUP.
I think this one's probably for the SUP 8, not variance. I could be wrong, you probably won't, because he was pointing at the special use permit, and not the variance.
See, this is variance too.
Yeah, and that's SUP, because this is the...
I understand that, but he put a variance and it's SUP. SUP 08. SUP 08. All right, Joanne Mullaney and Richard Ferry. You guys put a variance 08 and there's no, and you have the Beulah Church Road. Richard? Are you Richard?
Trying to make sure they do it. That one's right, that's 07, 066, that was 24.
Is it SUP?
There was 24, yes.
Actually, want to speak on both.
Hey, Mr. Hill. There's two people want to speak on both as far as the migrant labor camp. Do we really have to listen to both of them? Do you pick one?
We have to have 3 minutes for each.
Okay.
So you may want to get with Mr. Perry about how you want to handle this, but this is an attorney who's actually representing these two individuals.
Well,
So that may be a little bit more
is
efficient.
this the attorney that's over here?
Mr. Blocker,
Yeah, Mr. Blocker. Okay. All right, thanks.
those are just general statements. This is the two individuals that the attorney is here representing.
Okay.
Hey,
How
Joanne.
are you, Mr. Earl?
Good, yourself?
I'm well. How are you, Ms. Mary? I'm good. He's good. Every day is a little better. Good, good.
Which one was it to, that was represented by the attorney? Oh,
Had a couple of months of it. Hopefully one thing we Yeah, George was in the, well, he hasn't been down in a couple of days. George was in the hospital for a while. So he was super sick. He's out and we're on the up and up. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're getting there. How are you? Me too. You're my favorite. Well, her too, yeah. He's on Team Mom. Yeah. Well, we all.
Deborah.
So she has another meeting at 7:30.
Lynn.
She's gonna be there by 7:30.
Okay.
variance 07. Okay, I'm just trying to get all of these requests to be able to speak in correct order, so hopefully I've got them that way. Okay, before we hear the first case today, which is, I'm going to, well, I take that back. Let me see a show of hands of all you that are here for the 2 SUP for the migrant labor camps. Okay, since there's so many of you that are here wanting to speak today, I'm going to change the agenda, and we're going to start with case variance 24-00006. So before we get started, however, we have to have an ex parte communication and conflict of interest roll call.
Earl Valentine,
No.
Mark Fisher,
No.
Linda Osborne,
No.
Mary Ratliff, William McGahee,
No.
Ron West,
No.
Roy Weaver.
No.
Okay, we're ready for staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. I am Michael Graves of Planning and Development Services, and this is variance 24-000006. The applicant are Cheryl and Peter Solis. Their property is located at 319 West River Road in Palatka and is approximately 1.07 acres in size, with a zoning district of residential estate and future land use of rural reserve. The request is a variance from Land Development Code Section 45501 and 45632B for the reduction in setback requirements and road frontage respectively for the installation of their home on their property. The subject parcel is again approximately 1.07 acres and is currently vacant, but previously contained a single-family home. The subject parcel is located in FEMA flood zones X and AE and appears to contain no jurisdictional wetlands. According to the applicant's proposed site plan, the subject lot size results in an acre of 1.07 acres, and the relevant principal building setbacks for the property are 25 feet front, 10 feet on the side, 25 feet on the water, as reduced for vested subdivisions. Here you can see the aerial view of the property. Here you can see the flood zone and the wetlands, indicating that there's nothing major on the property. Here you can see the future land use. And finally, the zoning. Issuance criteria, number 1, special conditions or circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land. The subject parcel was created prior to the establishment of the Land Development Code. It is only 100 feet in width and was created as part of a previous recorded subdivision, which in all parcels were of that width. Special conditions and circumstances described before do not result from the failure of the applicant. Again, this is a previously recorded and vested subdivision that has existed since before the applicants even moved into town. They are not responsible for this. It was created back in 1955. Granting the variance will not confer the applicant any special privileges. Road frontage requirement reductions are among the most common that staff deal with and the zoning board deals with. So much so that the Land Development Code, as you may be aware, is on the process of streamlining this entire process for us. It is not going to be granting them any kind of special privilege that no one else would be allowed to have. They can simply ask. Literal interpretation of the provisions of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of the rights commonly enjoyed by other property owners. They're asking for the right to build a home on their property. By denying them the right to reduce the road frontage by requirement by the 20 feet from 120 to 110, it would be denying them the right to have their home on their property. Granting the variance will be in harmony with the general intended purposes of the ordinance, and such variance will not be injurious to the area. The entire area is single-family homes on similar-sized properties. The variance will be in harmony with the local community and with Putnam County as a whole. There should be no great deviance. The variance granted is the minimum variance that will make this possible. The variance is a reduction in road frontage from 120 feet to the 100 feet of road frontage that they have. They're not asking for more than that. And you could make an argument that the side setback reduction is over. However, it is a minor one of 5 feet, which is something that staff could frankly grant through an administrative variance. Staff finds that the required variances meet the criteria required to issue the variance in LDC section 45-833. As such, staff gives the recommendation of approval of the requested variance to allow for the reduction of road frontage setback from 120 feet to 100 feet and side setback from 20 feet to 15 feet. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? Okay, at this time, let's do a site visit roll call, please.
Earl Valentine,
Yes.
Mark Fisher,
Yes.
Linda Osborne,
Yes?
Mary Ratliff,
Yes.
Willie McGahee,
Yes.
Ron West,
Yes.
Troy Weaver.
Yes.
Okay, we have the please turn off your cell phones. We have the applicant today, Cheryl and Peter Solis. You want to come forward and speak to the board? Okay. Please give us your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Peter Solis. The property is 319 West River Road. And I would just like you to realize we're not building a home to resell. This will be a retirement home for us. Lifelong law enforcement officer. 40 years, presently working as an inspector for FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. My wife Cheryl is previously from Palatka. And I have 2 children. One's a nurse in Jacksonville, one's a police officer in Jacksonville, and my son-in-law is a Navy pilot. Well, my granddaughters are residing here now, so it's about that time in our life that we move to our final destination, and we hope it is Putnam County. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mr. Solis? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no speaker cards for anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application. I do have 2 cards speaking in opposition. Tony Alinar. It's very difficult to read your name. Would you please come forward? You put variance 24-06. I can't understand what you're saying.
I'm here just for the special use permit.
Oh, okay. Well, you put the variance.
Sorry about that.
And Teresa Miller, you have the variance also. Is this for the special use permit? Okay. Okay, since I don't have any speaker cards, I will ask the question anyway, just to make sure there's, just for clarity. Is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak in favor of this application? No one's coming forward. Anyone wish to come forward and speak in opposition? Okay, no one's coming forward. So at this time, the meeting will be closed to the public and open it up for board motion and discussion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I move we approve variance 24-0000006 as it does meet the criteria for a variance as required by Section 45-833 of the Putnam County Land Development Code. There are no conditions, and authorize the chairman to sign the final order.
Second.
we have a motion second to approve variance 24-0000006. Any further discussion? If none, all of those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Just remember, there is a 30-day appeal process, so if there's any concerns, please work closely with staff. And good luck in your new house. Okay, the next case is variance 24-0000007. Before we begin, let's do ex parte communication and conflict of interest roll call.
Earl Valentine,
No.
Mark Fisher,
No.
Linda Osborne,
No.
Mary Ratliff,
No.
Willie McGahee,
No.
Ron West,
No.
Troy Weaver.
No.
All right. Thank you once again, Madam Chairman. This is, once again for the record, Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services, and this is variance 24-000007. The applicant is Dale Rogers, Donald McCarthy, and Jerry Keynes. The agent is Stephen Wood of Wood Engineering, and the location of the property is 151 Hoover Road in Palaca. The parcel is approximately 17.55 acres in size, zoned agriculture with a future land use of rural reserve. The request is a variance from the Land Development Code, Section 45-513, for the removal of the 20B buffering requirement for cultural buildings in the agricultural zone district. The subject parcel, as mentioned before, is approximately 17.5 acres in size and is currently occupied by a church. The subject parcel is in FEMA Flood Zone X and appears to contain jurisdictional wetlands. The relevant principal building setbacks for the property are 25 feet front, 10 feet side and rear, and 25 feet of vegetated space from the wetlands. In accordance with the Land Development Code, any churches in the agricultural zoning district are considered cultural buildings and would be required to have a 20B buffer in the development process if they are connected to residential zoning districts. Here you can see an aerial of the property. Here you can see the wetlands, the flood zone, future land use, and the zoning. Special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land. There are no conditions or circumstances that are peculiar to this land in question. The same is true for the addition to the church, its design, or the expansion approved by the Development Review Committee. The DRC required a small buffer be created along the southeastern portion of the property where it abuts residential development in accordance with Land Development Code Section 45-513. Churches, as mentioned before, fall into Group 3 of cultural buildings. The special conditions listed before do not result in a failure of the applicant's part to follow the applicable county, state, or federal land use regulations. Again, there were no conditions or circumstances that exist for this development in Section 1. As such, Section 2 also is not met. Granting the variance will not confer the applicant any special privileges that is denied by the code and other lands. The applicant references Land Development Code Section 45-512F in their statement of hardship as a means to bypass 45-513, which only applies to vehicle use area landscaping. It does not apply to the buffer requirements. The use of existing vegetation is preferred for buffering requirements and encouraged. There are reductions in place for existing vegetation. However, it does not grant the right to remove the necessary buffering requirements. Literal interpretation of the provisions of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed in properties of the same zoning district. The DRC ruled already that the applicant only need to fill in the gap of the native vegetation on the eastern 275 feet of their southern border, with the buffering required to form a Class 20B buffer. Literal interpretation of the LDC will not deprive the applicant of rights of other cultural facilities in the agricultural zoning district, as all cultural facilities in the agricultural zoning district are required to have a Class 20B buffer when abutting residential. Granting the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purposes and ordinances, and such a variance will not be injurious to otherwise detrimental to the public welfare interest. Granting the variance will not be harmful to the surrounding area. However, it would not be in harmony with the general intent and purposes of the LDC, as the applicant has already been given a reduction in the buffering requirements by the DRC to justify filling in the gaps with existing vegetation. The variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land. The applicant did not comment on this in their statement of hardship. The truth of the matter is that the minimum requirement is just to take the variance already granted to them by the DRC and fill in the small 275 feet of empty space with vegetation buffer. as required for a 20B buffer. As such, staff finds the requested variance does not meet the criteria for issuing a variance in LDC section 45-833 and gives the recommendation of denial of the requested variance to allow for the removal of buffering along the eastern 275 feet of the southern property line for a cultural development in the agricultural zoning district. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? Okay, at this time, let's do a site visit roll call.
Earl Valentine,
Yes.
Mark Fisher,
Yes.
Todd Osborne,
Yes.
Mary Ratliff,
Yes.
Dwight McGahee,
Yes.
Ron West,
Yes.
Troy Weaver.
Yes.
Okay, we have the agent Stephen Wood. Would you like to come forward and address the board?
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Wood, 102 Whitecap Circle, Maitland, Florida, 32751. Thank you for hearing this variance request. I wanted to highlight this is for Dunham Woods Baptist Church. They're adding a 2,400 square foot building to their property in order to provide Sunday school services and so forth for the congregation. We have been through DRC, which they've recommended approval with comments, and this comment that is being requested for a variance has to do with the 275 feet of the southeast corner of the property, and the 20/B incompatibility barrier consists of 6-foot tall evergreen plants plus 8-foot tall canopy trees when they're planted. And the site itself, I don't know if you saw on the aerial, is roughly 70% covered in canopy trees and brush and so forth. And so while, this incompatibility barrier is a comment that was made and is in your code, it's just adding more trees to a site that already has 70% tree coverage just seems to be a bit overkill. The resident to the south that is impacted by this incompatibility barrier, she signed a letter in agreement to variance approval. She sees the existing natural vegetative cover between her residence and where the building will be built is sufficient for screening and so forth. That's why we're bringing this forward, just to see if it's possible not to put in additional vegetation when the site's already covered in so much. So, thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Wood? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right, I have 2 speaker cards here. Is it Stephen Coleman? Would you like to come forward and address the board? Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Coleman, 112 Cumbo Road. I've been a
Jumbo Road where?
Cumbo Road,
Where?
Hollister, Florida.
Thank you.
I've been a member there for 7 years. We need to build on and extend for our classrooms. Our classroom, we have it basically for men and women are in the parsonage now. So we just want to extend it and add in out of 2,400 square feet that is there and break the classrooms up from other classrooms or other people coming in from Sunday school to church. They interrupt us. So that's why we are building an extra building just for the Sunday schools, nothing else. And it'd be on the west side of the building that y'all would see there. And we already have the contractors here in the building here today to do the work. So I'm hoping and praying that it will take and be done through y'all's eyes that we can get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Coleman?
Uh,
Mr. Coleman, come back, please. We have a question.
Looking at the aerial, which I guess you're looking at the same one I am, there's an open space behind the church.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there not enough room there without messing with any of the buffer to build your building? I mean, I
Behind
don't
the
see-
church?
I don't see anything showing where you're going to be building, but
Behind the church would be more like a wetlands. behind
If
the
you'll
church.
take a look at the map, the open space behind the church is wetlands.
got it. Sorry.
Yep. It'd be best to the west of our church.
Okay, west of your church, there's a,
You mean south?
like a pole barn type building. Is that-
Okay, it'd be east then,
Oh, that'd be east, okay.
be east of it.
And then the others, there's several little outbuildings.
Yeah, they could be moved, but they're way away from where the 2,400 feet structure could be built.
I'm sorry?
They could be moved as well, so I mean, it's way away from where the structure of the 2,400 foot Sunday school room would be built.
So your building is not going to be attached to the church that's there. It's going to be freestanding.
Yeah. Well, 2,400 square foot, which is about the size of this.
Well, I'm just saying, but it's not going to be attached to the churches the existing.
No.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
If you attached it to the building, would it work?
Would it work?
Yeah. Could you get it in there and still keep your buffer?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah,
Have
plenty.
you considered that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, we have Jeremiah Bennett wishing to speak in favor. Please,
Good afternoon.
Give us your name and address for the record.
Jeremiah Bennett, Benmar Construction, 200 Northeast 25th Avenue, Cal, Florida, 34471.
Okay, you're going to have to speak into the mic because
Jeremiah Bennett,
thank you.
Benmar Construction, 200 Northeast 25th Ave. That's my office. My house is 4760 Southeast 8th Street, Ocala, Florida. And I've been working with the church. Me and my father's been working with the church for the last couple of years. We had to put the project on hold due to COVID and cost and trying to get material. And so the church has been waiting a very long time for this. And once we started running into some roadblocks with the civil, we've tried to get through everything. And this is kind of a last hurdle. They have accrued a lot of additional cost because of the things, of the requirements to get this building built. One of the questions I was asked was, could we attach the building? If we do that, that would incur a lot more cost due to fire code. We pushed the building back actually additional, back to 50 feet from 30 feet where we planned to do it first, just so that I talked to the fire marshal to be able to reduce the tanks that are required on site. The cost just keeps going up and up and up, and to most people, this may be a small thing for 200 and plus feet of landscaping, but to the church, that's an additional between $8,000 and $10,000, and it just keeps adding on. So that's why we're fighting so hard for this last hurdle, to try to save costs for the church so we can get this done for them and move this project forward so they can have a Sunday school, basically services. So that's it.
Any questions for Mr. Bennett? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no speaker cards for opposition, but I will ask just to make sure that everything is covered. Okay, this portion is closed to the public and open it up for board motion and discussion. I have a question, Mr. Perry.
Yes, ma'am.
The recommendation was for denial. Do we have to stipulate any conditions other than how the staff deemed their decision?
Well, do you have anything you want to discuss with the?
Well, I'm just asking before, if anybody makes a motion, if they make a motion to deny, do we have to state the criteria that was not met? But if it's a recommendation to be denied, then can't we just go with the recommendation and not have to make a statement?
Madam Chair, are you suggesting that you're going, if there is a recommendation to deny the petition, then there has to be, as you can see on your sheet, there has to be some, I'll read it for you. If denying special exemption or variance, state the criteria numbers and that the request doesn't meet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's clarified. Because it's not, I mean, they did go through the different criteria, but I just wanted to make sure, since it was not covered in the recommendation, the criteria that was not met. That was just clarification.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, at this time, we will, Mr. Michael, do you have anything else to add as far as?
There was, once again, Michael Graves, Planning Development Services. There did seem to be a bit of confusion earlier about the buffer and the location of the building. It's not a matter of the building being detached or being built new. It doesn't matter if it's north, east, south, or west. The Development Review Committee already approved for development with the buffer being a 20B buffer. And it's not like the building is going to be any of the setbacks. This is literally just they were told they need to plant some trees and bushes or build a wall in that 275 feet on the southeastern portion of the property. That was one of their requirements for the approval by the Development Review Committee. They're asking if the board, for permission to not do that. It's not a matter of they're going to be in the setback. It's they are wanting not to put in the vegetation that was required by DRC.
Okay. I'm sorry. Ma'am, please have a seat. Please have a seat. I asked if anybody wished to come forward and speak in opposition or in favor of, and I only got these two cards. So do we have somebody else that wants to speak in opposition? Do we have somebody speak in favor? Were you sworn in? Did you fill out a speaker card? For variance 000007? Excuse me, I cannot understand what you're saying. I've got this meeting under control, okay? I do not see a speaker card for variance 0007. Other than the two people that I called. Let me look and see if there's another one here. No, that's, okay, let me see. That's, okay, is Stephen Wood? Okay, come forward. I did have that mixed up. I put it in another. But you've already spoke, so, I don't have any other speaker cards. So who is wishing to come forward and speak in favor? Please come forward. I'll give you the chance.
Good
Please
evening.
state your name
Dale
and address.
Rogers, pastor of Dunham Woods Baptist Church, 121 Osteen Road, Hollister, Florida, 32147. I just wanted to speak for, we really need this. Y'all don't realize the cost it is for a small congregation. We barely got 125 people. Our average, service is 60, and we struggle trying to afford this. And every time we look around, there's something new added to it. And we really don't need the buffer. I don't feel that spending $10,000 on putting trees in again, when we have the whole wetlands we've left alone in there, and we have tons of trees. And so I'm just asking y'all just to please approve this so that we can move forward with this Sunday school building we've been trying to get for the last 5 years. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. At this venture, we will close the meeting to the public and open it up for board motion and discussion.
Madam Chairman, in this particular case, if this was one criteria that they did not meet, we might be able to work through it. But as I read this, they don't meet any of them. And I don't see how we can possibly approve something like this when it goes against the Land Development Code and the policy of this board. So I prefer not to do this. But Madam Chairman, I move we deny variance 000007 as it does not meet the criteria for a variance as required by section 45-833 of the Putnam County Land Development Code, and authorize the chairman to sign the final order.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and second for variance 24000007 to deny. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-2. There is a 30-day appeal process, so please work closely with staff, and I hope issues are resolved. Thank you. Okay, let me get my agenda here. Okay, the next case is variance 24-000008. Okay, before we get started, let's have an ex parte and conflict of interest roll call.
No.
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 All right.
Okay, we're ready for staff report.
Thank you once again, Madam Chairman. Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. This is variance 24000008. The applicant is Robert Rockwell, located at 105 West Groveland Lane in East Palatka. The parcel is approximately 0.98 acres in size, with a zoning district of agriculture and a future agriculture estate and a future land use of agriculture. The variance is from the Land Development Code sections 45, 403, 501, and 503 for a reduction in the side and waterfront setbacks for the installation of a pool and a detached garage. The subject parcel, as mentioned before, is slightly shy of 1 acre. The subject parcel is currently non-conforming in size, but was granted variance 20-005 to allow for the construction of the property. The subject parcel is located in FEMA flood zone AE, and the parcel appears to contain no jurisdictional wetlands. According to the applicant's proposed site plan, the subject lot size results in approximately 0.98 acres, and the relevant principal building setbacks for this property are 40 feet front, 20 feet side, and 50 feet from the water. Here you can see an aerial view of the property. Here's the wetlands. Here's the flood zone. Future land use. And finally, the zoning. Special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved. The subject parcel comprises approximately 0.98 acres located along West Groveland Lane. As mentioned before, the principal setbacks are 40 feet, 20 feet, and 50 feet respectively, and the property is zoned as it is. The property is surrounded by single-family homes on the St. Johns River. The non-conforming size of the property was previously resolved. Requirement for granting a variance was all that the development needed to comply with the zoning regulations. There are no conditions on this property which exist which would prevent the development of a pool or detached garage. However, the LDC regulations would prevent the applicant from development of the parcel in the desired configuration. The development is innovative enough for the granting of the variance. Special conditions and circumstances described in paragraph A above do not result from the failure of the applicant. The subject parcel lot was depicted on a warranty deed on March 1st, 1978, and the applicant has gone on to actually get the previously mentioned variance 20-005 in order to remedy past errors with this property. The applicant has actually attempted to remedy this in the past. Granting the variance requested will not confer the applicant any special privileges that is denied by the code. The setback reduction is a highly common variance that staff handles on a regular basis, as does the Zoning Board of Adjustment. The amount of requested variance, if it was less than what is needed, a reduction of 5 feet instead of 10, staff could administratively grant this outright. Due to the common nature of the variance requested and the amount the setback reduction had to go in front of the board, and they are following all necessary processes. Literal interpretation of the provisions of the ordinance would deprive the applicant the rights commonly enjoyed by other persons in the same zoning district. The applicant is requesting a reduction in their waterfront setback and side setback reductions. It would be more accurate to consider this properly in the same regards as the agricultural zone properties containing one single-family residence. The requested variance is very common. Traditionally, the agricultural zoning district allows for 10 feet on the side and 25 feet on the front, with 50 on waterfront. However, in addition to that, there's also the nature of the fact that this is in a vested subdivision. The only 3 parcels in this subdivision that were never vested include parcels 1, 2, and 8. The applicant owns parcel 2. So the neighboring landowners in the same subdivision have a 25-foot waterfront setback as opposed to the 50-foot that the applicant would be required. Granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purposes of this ordinance, and such variances will not be injurious to the involved or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare and interest. Granting of this variance will be in harmony with the local community. As mentioned before, his neighbors have 25-foot waterfront setbacks, whereas he is required to have 50. This will not create any additional hazard for any of the neighbors. The variance granted is the minimum variance to make it possible. The side setback reduction of 10 feet from 20 feet to 10 feet is not exactly the necessary minimum. However, it has come to staff's understanding that this was granted in error by staff before the applicant came before the zoning board. As such, this would be the minimum necessary to allow him to continue the development that has already begun on the property. Staff finds that the requested variance meets the spirit and criteria required for issuance of the variance in Land Development Code Section 45-833. As such, staff gives the recommendation of approval of the requested variance to allow for the reduction in side setback from 20 feet to 10 feet and the waterfront setback from 50 feet to 40 feet.
Okay,
Questions?
I got, you said from 50 feet to 40 feet, but the report says 45. Or did I miss?
The first
Understand.
page, yeah.
That might have been a typo. I'll have to correct that. My
Okay.
apologies.
Okay, any questions for staff? None? Okay, at this time, let's do a site visit roll call.
Earl Valentine,
Yes.
Mark Fisher,
Yes.
Linda Osborne,
Yes.
Mary Ratliff,
Yes.
William McGahee,
Yes.
Ron West,
Yes.
Roy Weaver.
Yes.
Okay, the applicant is Robert Gregory Rockwell. Would you like to come forward and address the board? Please state your name and address for the record.
Robert Gregory Rockwell, 105 West Groveland Lane, East Placa, Florida. Good afternoon, Chair Osborne, members of the zoning board. I want to first thank the building department for helping me through this process. They've been great. They write the report. It was a great job, I think, done by them. I want to thank you all for your time and consideration with this variance. And I just want to I guess, put forth a few things that have been done. I have 5 permits with the county, and I'm in good standing with all of them. You know, I've had many inspections, and everything is passed and with flying colors, and have no problems there. The garage permit was granted last year, and the garage is built, but it came forth to my knowledge that the setback was not 10 feet, it was 20 feet. You can see on the survey that was submitted that the garage is about 10 and a half foot from the property line. So I think that's a remedy, I was told, to get a variance, a remedy for this issue. But the garage is built, I followed the permit and what was granted. On the front, I'd like to build a metal picket, black picket fence with concrete columns. And my neighbor to the south has a 5-foot tall fence, and I'd like to match that. And the county told me the height limit is 4 feet. You need a variance to get to 5 feet. So that's what I'm requesting there, to go up to a 5-foot fence. And I've got permission and approval from my neighbor, Mr. and Mrs. Vicario, to attach to theirs. So the fence will be attached directly to their fence. It'll match up to it. And I just think it would look a lot better if it was the same size, same height. And then with the pool, I do have a pool permit already. The pool is built. I'm asking to build the screening closure on it. And I was told when I got the pool permit that I would have to come back and get a permit for the screen enclosure, and I would have to get a variance for the screen enclosure. I was told that, so I knew I was going to have to come back for that. And they said just because of the proximity to the water that I would need a variance for that, and that's what I'm requesting on the water frontage and on the side. And there was a letter submitted by my neighbors to the south, Jim and Chidi Vicario. They are approve it. They're the only ones who can really see the pool. It's in the front of the house towards the river, and they're all for it and couldn't make it today, but they have submitted a letter in approval for that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Rockwell?
I'm going to get verification. So the pool is already built, the carport or the garage is already built.
Yes.
So basically we just are looking at connecting onto the fence at the same size
Yes.
and giving you permission to enclose your pool.
Screen enclosure, yes. It'll be 12 feet high, 24 feet wide, 40 feet long.
Because I'm having a hard time seeing a pool.
We're not discussing the pool today, are we? It's just the size of the fence.
We're discussing the setback and the fence site.
Right.
The setback is for the pool too,
Right,
because
but
the structure goes around
Pool
it.
is
Yeah.
not into consideration.
Right, it's just
It's just the setbacks and the height of the
Yeah,
fence.
it's just the setback around the pool. It's fine.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I have some speaker cards. I do not have anybody making sure that I'm doing the right ones. I do not have anyone wishing to come forward and speak in favor of this application. Okay, at this point, I have some opposition. Charles Davis. Please come forward. Give us your name and
afternoon.
address for the record.
Charles Davis, 109 West Groveland Lane, East Palatka. I live 2 doors on the lake down from Greg and the property. I have one question, may be relevant, may not, but I appreciate it if you'd entertain it. The original variance that allowed for building on a non-conforming lot, I know that neighbors on either side were approached for sign-off. My property adjoins this as well. I was never asked. Is that, what is the requirement for variance that you receive from neighbors to be able to build on a
Mr. Mike, would you like to address the neighbors don't have to have approval from the neighbors?
Correct, Madam Chairman. It's something that the neighbors will sometimes do out of goodwill to the community. However, it is not a requirement by any means to get a variance.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand that. So a couple of things related to these variances. First off, the report I found disturbing. There seemed to be multiple violations of which there was no sense of accountability or responsibility, either from the builder or from the county staff. I didn't really understand, why there was such acceptance for these multiple variances. And the fence that's being asked to be erected, the fence I think he's referring to neighbor of the south, is a chain link fence, dog enclosure type fence. And, it has purpose. The fence that's being built appears to be more about esoteric and a look to the property. And it is quite a bit different. There is a fence around the corner that utilizes the black metal spacing fence. It's 4 feet high, and it was built as an enclosure for animals. The pillars, the columns that were referenced, two of them are well over 6 feet, and one of them is well over 5 feet, about 6 feet. So I don't know how that comes into consideration in terms of the size of the fence itself, but it's overall it's going to be significantly higher when you consider the pillars. And the other thing, my property, I have 3 acres, and so I have property in front meaning the other side from the river, from him, that basically is connected through an easement for the driveway. And at this point, with those pillars in, and the fence isn't even in yet, no large trucks can come into that property without going through my property, in front of my property, and I've got multiple ditches and ridges in there. And so I worry that, as the rest of the fence is built, I don't know how he'll have access from, any delivery building of size or additional construction building. The last thing I'll comment, because I think I'm probably running out of time, is, and I'm not going to question anyone's character, but the pace of the build on the house has been very slow. They've done it themselves. They've done a remarkable job and really worked very hard to do this themselves. The pace of the garage was extremely fast. And I'm just curious as to when the information around the variance that he got incorrect information originally that was cleared up, how that is timed in terms of when the accelerated pace of the garage was initiated. It felt somewhat out of context for what we had seen in the bill previously. So those are my concerns. I guess one last one I will say, the variance on the north side, which is really the one that's closest, that's where the generator's going to go, that they intend on putting in the property. And so now you'll have a variance, 10 feet variance that's allocated, and using that space, the generator will now be as close to the neighbor's property as it possibly can be. Given, the variance, that seems unnecessary to me. That's what I have to say today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Mast. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
State your
Joshua
name
Mast,
and address.
Joshua Mast, 105 Brubaker Lane, East Palatka. I live across the street,
My family, however, has lived in the same area for nearly 100 years. The easement that Mr. Davis owns in the property was previously owned by my grandparents. I was born and raised there, so I have a vested interest in its present and future. And we have a way of life there. This project has completely upended that. When you come down, it's a dead-end road when you come down Commercial Avenue, and all you see is this huge building that does not fit. The construction has been crammed onto this tiny lot, and from the looks of it, the garage, once they found out that the variance was only 10 feet instead of 20, there was only concrete poured. And instead of fixing the issue, they went ahead and hurried up and finished building it, and now we're retroactively asking for permits to say, oh, well, it's already built, so sorry. That doesn't seem like it's in goodwill. And I just have a question for you. Who wrote this report? You did. Do you have a personal relationship to Mr. Rockwell? Do you know him previously?
No, sir.
Because the language in this is very subjective. Did you do any qualitative or quantitative data to come to these conclusions? Did you speak to neighbors in the area?
It is not the responsibility of staff to speak with neighbors of the area.
Correct. Then why is it your responsibility to speak on behalf of them in favor of this and say that this is, quote, in furtherance of a better developmental result to the community? That's your opinion, not the opinion of anyone else. So there's many, many things, and if I go over 3 minutes, please bear with me. This is very important. There's also, this application was filed, the date says May 13th. So how do you file and get a permit for something that's already been built 6 months previously?
We do not issue permits at this board. We have nothing to do with permits.
I'm just asking how something
okay,
could occur, because it seems to me that this is fraud.
Well, that's not this board's position, so.
I understand. I'm making a point as to the veracity of what's being entertained before the board.
Okay.
As far as the pool is concerned, the pool is not done.
The pool is not an issue with this application, sir.
The location of the pool is, because he's asking for adjustment in the setback, correct?
That's variance for the adjustment on the setback.
Correct.
Right.
So to deny it would not endure an undue hardship. And I would say, based off of this report where it says that the owner has made every attempt to follow the rules and regulations of the county, and that it would not be injurious to the area involved or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare interest. I mean, this report is highly subjective, as I stated before, and I would just urge you to do what you can and what's in your power to try and remedy a situation, because this is not just one person that's objecting. This is many people that are objecting, and I think that a vote in favor would be giving someone privileges that were not earned. So thank you. I appreciate it.
We have another opposition, Karen Eubanks. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Karen Eubanks. I reside at 107 West Groveland Lane. I am the neighbor to the north of Mr. Rockwell. I am the one most affected by his building choices. So forgive me, I write everything down so I can give you all my information And I'm right at pretty much at 3 minutes, so if you'll indulge me. So I want to address each item. Mr. Rockwell wants a variance to allow for a garage that he built 10 feet from my property line that should have been 20 feet from my property line. He's asking for a variance for this today, and it's already built. And like was stated before, it's built very quickly. I reached out to the county. I've been reaching out to the county about this since December of last year, sending pictures before the stem wall of this garage was even built, saying it should be 20 feet from my property line, not 10. And the garage was built, and nobody did anything. And when I reached out, and I have talked to Ms. Denita Cole, who was amazing at just sending me to the right place and providing me with documentation. I talked to Ricky Lyle, Don Peckham, Julianne Young, Terry Turner, and everybody said to me, oh, well, he was permitted. I guess you'll have to sue him. Nobody took consideration. I have been paying riverfront taxes on my property for 12 years. He has not only crowded my property, now with the generator, this is less than 8 feet from my property line now. And also just a few feet from my bedroom window, this generator will be. And I'm really frustrated that nobody at the county took my family's safety into consideration, because he has now not only built this horrible garage that is 3 stories high. It is 3 stories high, ladies and gentlemen. It's like the Great Wall of China in my yard. He's also built his property up. I have the site map that I was sent by the county, and he's built this property 3 feet over flood requirements. So the bottom of his property now is at my windowsills. Again, I have been petitioning the county, emails and calls. I've had people out to my property, and all I get was, oh, well, he was already permitted. So here we are at a variance hearing to get a variance for things he's already done. This fence that he wants to do at the front of the property, these pilasters are 18-inch square concrete pilasters that are 5 feet tall. 5 of them are 5 feet tall, and 2 of them are over 6 feet tall. And he's telling you he wants a variance from 4 to 5. They're already built, and they're over 5 feet. So once again, Mr. Rockwell is doing whatever he wants and asking for permission after the fact. It's been very frustrating to me as a property owner. He wants to build this pool. I'm glad that he did admit that it was built, because he's got it covered over with dirt right now like it's not there. And it's very close to the river. This is what I'm concerned about, is all of these things pull. My property now is in danger. The next big weather event we have, my property's gone. It's completely flooded. There's no room, because he's so close to my property with this garage that he's asking for a variance for today, that there's no room to build a swale. There's no plan. There's nothing going on for a swale. And if he cuts a swale in a proper swale, it's going to cut into my property line now. So I am just absolutely, please, begging you to deny him this one thing. Do something right. The county's already admitted that they made a mistake with the zoning. Sorry, my mouth is dry. I called zoning and asked what the zoning is for our property in our neighborhood, in our division, and I was told 20/20, 40/50, like has been stated here today. I was able to do that in one call, and yet in this letter, Mr. Rockwell says he didn't know. Didn't know, sorry. So I really, would ask that the pilings, the fence, we would like to have it moved back. My understanding is that fences need to be 15 feet from the center of the easement, or at least 5 feet in from the property line. He's built this right on the property line, which is constricting. My property is at the end of this road, and he's got it right on the property line as it curves.
If I'm going to have to call time on you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. He's crowded. So please say no. Thank you.
Staff, I have a question. They were talking about the piling, I guess, the posts they're supposed to have the fence between. Is that an issue as far as the height of the post, or whatever you want to call them, the pillars, or whatever you want to call them?
No, ma'am. According with the Land Development Code, that's still considered part of the fence. With the current regulations for fence height, staff could actually grant the 2-foot variance from 3 feet to 5 feet already administratively. He meets all the requirements for an administrative variance. We just went ahead and put it in with the regular variance to prevent an unnecessary paperwork.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Eubanks.
Thank you.
These are the only speaker cards that I have, so at this time, we will close this to the public and open it up for board discussion and motion.
Can I have a question for staff?
Sure, Mr. West.
In the photo you have up right now, I know it wasn't part of what you were supposed to do to check, but it looks like to me that both properties on either side of that don't have the proper setbacks on buildings that seem to be sitting there.
I cannot speak to the properties outside of this, surrounding this one. However, aside from the garage, which was put 10 feet into the setback because of a clerical error, the property in question that were Mr. Rockwell's property is meeting the setback requirements for the primary residence. It's just the proposed pool location and the currently existing garage that are in the setbacks. As for the neighboring properties, I can't speak to that, unfortunately.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question for
Ms.
staff.
Ratliff?
This may or may not have anything at all to do with it. However, would like to know, are we looking at something that was done, was it permitted and then done, or was it done and then permitted?
It was permitted and done. The building department made a clerical error saying that the zoning was agriculture as opposed to agriculture estate, which would have given them a 10-foot side setback by right. Mr. Rockwell took them at good faith and began construction.
So basically, it is no fault of Mr. Rockwell's from the standpoint of what he was told from the setback.
Correct.
Both,
And that was,
I'm sorry, both pool and garage were permitted and then built.
Correct.
any further questions of staff? No. This will be tough.
Madam Chairman, I move we approve variance 24-000008 as it meets the criteria for variance as required by Section 45-833 of the Putnam County Land Development Code, and authorize the chairman to sign the final order.
Second.
We have a motion and second to approve variance 24-000008. Any further discussion? All of those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? Motion carries 5-2. There is a 30-day appeal process, so if there's any issues, please work closely with staff. Thank you. Okay, now we are going back to the two special use permit requests. Before we hear, does anybody need a recess before we?
I would like to see one because I think we're not going to get one for a while.
Okay, I think we're going to take 5-10 minute recess. Okay? I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. May I have your attention? Thank you. We are going to time limit your presentation today, if you are in opposition or in favor of, to 3 minutes. So please have what you're going to say ready and concise. And the only applicant or the person that wouldn't get more time will be the applicant themselves. So they are entitled to present their case. With that said, we will do an ex parte communication roll call and conflict of interest for special use permit 24-000007.
No.
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 I have no conflict of interest, but I did receive a couple phone calls, and I told them immediately I could not talk to them about this case, and that was the end of it.
No.
Mr. West, was there anything about this communication that you received that would affect your ability to consider and decide this matter in a fair and impartial manner?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Staff report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. This is special use permit 24-000007. The application is for a migrant farm labor camp in the agricultural zoning district by Continental Floral FL LLC. The location is 1350 County Road 308 in Crescent City, future land use agriculture, zoning agriculture. The parcel is approximately 5.40 plus or minus acres and currently occupied by a plant nursery. The farm is already on the parcel. The applicant is simply desiring to house their migrant farmers on location, which is allowed by Land Development Code Section 4572E-6. Here you can see an aerial of the farm. Here you can see the future land use. Here you can see the zoning, the wetlands, the FEMA flood zone, and finally, based off of the restrictions in place, a combination of all the parcels that they have in that immediate area, should they decide to combine parcels in the future, which is approximately 30 acres in size. The following sections are the requirements. The use is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the concurrency requirements. The property's future land use is agriculture. As such, it meets the comprehensive plan. Regarding concurrency, migrant farm labor camps are more heavily restricted at both state and federal levels than we could possibly do at the county level. As such, they will be required to meet all state and federal regulations. The use is allowed for the as a special use in the zoning district. The proposed use is allowed in the agricultural zoning district. These are the proper procedures for obtaining such a permit. The special use will not adversely impact or unduly restrict the enjoyment of the permitted uses in the surrounding area. The proposed migrant farm labor camp is not anticipated to adversely impact or restrict the enjoyment of neighboring areas. A farm is already located on the property and is already utilizing migrant laborers. The applicant is merely requesting for lodging for those migrant farm laborers on site as opposed to in hotels around the county. The special use will not substantially diminish or impair property values in the area. As the farm is already located at site, it is not expected that the addition of the lodging will substantially diminish or impair the property values in the area. Adequate access, roads, on-site parking, on-site loading, unloading, and measures have been provided to provide ingress and egress from the property to minimize traffic on local roads. Adequate access to the site will be provided by County Road 308. The farm is already located on site. Drainage has not been proposed for the development, but is anticipated to be acceptable due to the agricultural-based nature of the development. Furthermore, application is proposing the use of existing structure already located on site as the residence. Therefore, it will not result in an increase in pervious surface, and the drainage will remain the same. Adequate screening and buffering of the special use will be provided if needed. Buffering for the special use for this parcel is not required, as the neighboring parcels are the same zoning district. If the Zoning Board of Adjustment were to desire required screening or buffering mechanisms as a condition of approval, they may do so. The special use will not have signs or exterior lighting. No lighting or signs have been proposed for this application. There will be no undue risk to the persons or property from hazardous substances. Hazardous substances have not been proposed. The project will need to meet the state regulations on health and sanitation. The proposed special use will not adversely affect the general health, public safety, and welfare of the residents of Putnam County. It is not anticipated that the housing of the migrant farmers will negatively impact the general health, public safety, and/or welfare of the residents of Putnam County. There is already several migrant farm labor camps throughout the county, and they have no larger impact on the health and safety than other farming operations. As such, the staff has recommended approval for the special use permit subject to the following conditions. The camp must meet the state and federal regulations of a migrant farm labor camp. State regulations can be found in Florida Section Chapter 381, Section 008-00897. And the camp must meet the health and safety requirements as outlined by the Florida Department of Health Administrative Code, Chapter 64-14. In accordance with that same chapter, the living quarters will include all required heating, cooking, water heating equipment installed in compliance with state code. In compliance with the same code, private sleeping quarters shall be a minimum of 50 square feet, with communal sleeping, cooking, and living room shall be a minimum of 100 square feet. Do you want me to keep going through all these heavy details? As you wish. Alrighty then. In accordance with FDOHAC, Chapter 64E 14-001-1, all private living quarters and bathrooms shall be equipped with heat-producing devices to maintain a room temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and in the spirit of FDOHAC, Chapter 64E 14-0011, and given the fact that Florida experiences more extreme heat than cold, cooling systems must also be provided for all bathroom and living quarters to maintain the room temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. These systems, both heating and cooling, will be able to be controlled and operated by the migrant farm laborers living on site. And the camp must meet all OSHA standards, and the camp must meet all federal regulations surrounding migrant farm laborers, including the Migrant and Seasonal Agricultural Worker Protection Act, MSPA. In accordance with MSPA, the migrant farm workers will be provided with notice documentation and/or posters in their native language explaining to them their rights. In addition, the rights listed in the MSPA, the notices shall be included with state statute rights and regulations, as well as additional regulations created by Putnam County in this document. And the developed living quarters will be required to comply with Florida State Building Code and migrant farm labor camps. And the living quarters shall be reviewed by the Putnam County Fire Marshal and shall be compliant with all fire suppression requirements. And the number of migrant farm workers that reside on this property will be further restricted by the future land use category, agriculture, wherein it shall be required to meet the density requirement for the agricultural property on county-maintained roads of one migrant farm worker as defined by FS 381-008 per 5 acres of land, minimum 1. And in accordance with, in order to provide housing for up to a grand total of 6 migrant laborers at 1315 County Road 308, Crescent City, the applicant shall combine the following parcels into one. The parcels listed are the ones that you saw in the previous combined image on the earlier slide. Any questions?
Any questions from staff? Okay, let's do a site visit roll call, please.
Yes. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the agent for this application is Susan Nicholas. Would you come forward and give us your name and address for the record?
Hello, my name is Susan Nichols. I am the manager of our Florida location. Thank you for hearing us. this afternoon.
Please give us your address.
Oh, my work address is 2329 Lemon Street, DeLand, Florida. My home address is 102 Blanco Drive, DeLand, Florida. We are petitioning for a special use permit for housing for migrant labor during our peak seasons, cutting to supplement our full-time labor. And we have 2 locations that could be useful to us. Currently, we have 1 location in Volusia County that we've been using since 2019. I did bring photos and stuff if anybody wants to see those. It's very strict requirements on migrant labor through the state and federal that make sure that it doesn't affect, the landowners around it. We've currently, like I said, been doing this program in DeLand, Florida at our Lemon Street location, which is in North DeLand. It has not affected any of the property values. They are very big homes that live in that area. We've had no crime, and it can be looked up in Volusia County on the website, I'm sure. But we have a very good relationship with our neighbors now and would like to do that, up here as well. But the 36 people that we have is not enough during peak season, which is Valentine's, Mother's Day, and Magnolia Harvest. We currently have good relationships and with several of the people in Volusia County, Fernries, and in Putnam County. We've purchased land in Putnam County starting in 2020 with St. John's Oaks Duran property. When we purchased that, it is 110 acres. And then last year, we purchased from Harris Fern Holdings 3 farms. And we are just trying to redo and upgrade and put new crops in and harvest crops accordingly. And, during our heavy times, we will need extra labor, not 300 people. That's not what's required on our farms here. It would probably be tops 8 is currently what we've been using. We'd like to have a place up in Putnam County so they're not having to travel 45 minutes twice a day. If they're working up here, they can stay up here. If they're working in the DeLand 3 farms that we have currently, they would stay in DeLand.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Nichols? I have a question. Are these going to be H-2A workers?
Currently, we've been using H-2A, but we also have migrant labor too.
Okay.
That travels from Michigan to Florida, depending. Usually, they make a circle. They do a lot of fruit and vegetables up north, and they do strawberries and blueberries here. And then when they're not doing that, they came and helped us this spring in DeLand.
Okay, so most of your farm crops would be the ferneries?
Yes, they're all ferneries. It's all ornamental greenery.
Ornamental greenery.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, there's already buildings on these property.
Correct.
Particularly the Harris Fernery on 308, right there in Crescent City.
Yes.
Are you going to think about building new homes, new housing, or are you
No,
going
we're going to use what's on the property now.
property and refurbish?
Yes, and it would have to be approved through the state and federal levels. This consists of many things. So you have to have permitting for, once this process goes through, then it goes permitting through Department of Labor. They agree to, yes, you can house X amount of people in this location. You have to have water testing, inspections from the county health department, and it's multiple times a year. So to make sure that you're in compliance and basically not a slumlord, that they have a decent place to stay, eat, relax, shower.
And live while they're here. Okay, so it's a 6-month, is this a 6-month back and forth, or is there a time limit as to the number of the years that they can stay? Are they coming over on a visa as a H-2A
So
worker?
H-2 comes over on a visa, and it has to be pre-approved through the Department of Labor. If it's the migrant labor that's already here, it's a contractor
Right.
in the United States.
But if they're coming from other places, is
Correct.
there a limit as to how long they can stay, or as long as they have a visa?
It would depend on what you put in as an application. We are looking just for supplemental labor to our 36 full-time employees that are currently here, which would be strictly Valentine's, Mother's Day, and/or Magnolia Harvest in September and October,
Okay.
maybe part of November, depending on how long it takes to harvest.
Okay.
Do you have
Any
plans-
questions? I'm sorry.
Do you have plans to hiring local labor?
We have hired local labor, so we have the 2 original Duran employees that are both full-time, and we kept them from Mr. Duran. And then from Harris Holdings, we have 16 people that are full-time. All of our full-time employees have benefits, PTO. We have 401k that's offered, health, dental, vision, that they are offered at a full-time basis, depending on if they choose or not choose it. And we have kept all those people.
But,
But if people were to come, we just hired 2 people from another farm that had closed down, and they are now full-time with us, which make the 16.
if you see the furners, when they come time to pick, there's all sorts of extra cars out there. That's just the fern cutters. That's, they just come and go. They're only there for a week or 2. Are you going to, pick up some slack for them, hire them?
We would gladly hire local labor. The only local labor that we did not acquire or has come to put in applications with us was the 2 people from a local farm that closed here in Putnam County. And we did hire them because they're experienced, and nothing can replace that.
Okay, another question. You said something about like a contractor. You work through a contractor who would supply you workers to come in. So is there a limit on the number of workers that contractor can bring in?
Yes. So it's deemed by the House. So what he had just said in this application, if everything, so they are approving 1 person per 5 acres. That property is 30 acres with congruent properties. And so they're saying 6 people could possibly stay at that house. That would be maximum.
I understand that, but I think my question has to do with when the workers are actually in the field cutting, will the contractor, if you're working with a contractor, will that contractor bring in additional workers?
No.
Okay. So I think that we've seen in the past where, there were multiple cars sitting on the side of the road, working in a fernery or cutting in the field, and I guess that was some of the concerns that, if anybody and everybody's going to be able to come in and cut.
No.
Okay, so you're
No,
going to
we're asking so we could have people come and stay during those times, and those would be the people that would be working in our fields.
And you've acquired all of Harris Fernery?
No, we've only acquired 3 farms.
3 farms.
He
Okay,
has kept
Harris.
some of his other farms.
Oh, okay.
And we still do business with Mr. Harris.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That sort of clears up. Okay?
Can I ask her something?
Yes, sir. Mr. West?
Like most companies today require background checks on their employees.
Yes.
We have a elementary school fixing to be built within 100 yards of that. Do you do background checks on?
Yes.
Please
We do.
refrain.
E-Verify is required. So you have to E-Verify, which means you have to make sure that they're approved to work. Is that what you're asking me?
Well, E-Verify, does that do a background check, or is
No.
that just, no, I didn't think it did. That's
No.
just saying that they are eligible
Sorry,
to be.
I misunderstood.
Okay.
No,
Excuse
we
me?
have not, but if it was required, we could. Currently, it's not required
Okay.
for H2 or migrant labor housing.
Okay.
Madam Chair, is that something that we could even put in?
Wait, Ms. Ratliff, I'm sorry. I can't understand.
I was wondering if that's something that we can require, because I don't think that we can get involved in
I don't think we can,
making her, requiring that company. I mean, I would like to see that happen based on the school, but I don't think that's something that as a board we can require you to do.
okay, I have a question, and I'm not sure exactly where the new school from the previous school is going to be built, because are they going to tear down Old Middleton Bernie? Excuse me, I am talking, and if we will clear, if you guys don't follow the rules, we have the authority to ask you to leave. So let us conduct our business, and then you will get a chance to speak. My question is, I'm not sure exactly where the new school is going to be built. If is it going to be
308 and Union.
308 and Union? Okay, so they're not utilizing the old Middleton Bernie Elementary School.
They had to be vacated just like Miller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. West. Okay, any other questions?
I do. For
Mr. Weaver.
clarification, you're not increasing the amount of people you're already using. You're
No,
farming the same land,
yes.
so these people are going to be here regardless.
They were here this year, so they stayed in DeLand, and we traveled them back and forth with a passenger van.
So they're coming to farm the same stuff that was farmed
Yes, sir.
previous? Okay.
Yes, sir. We're just trying to make it easier on them and us to have them stay closest to the farms that we need them to work at. We've
And the
currently been
maximum?
doing this since 2019, and we have a mobile home in DeLand on our main property that houses 8, that's inspected, water tested, multiple times a year.
And the size of the property at one migrant to stay there per 5 acres, you can have 6.
At that property, yes, sir. If everything's approved in the end. That's what is approved for there, but there's many standards that you have to go through. You know, they have to have, like he said, 50 square sleeping, 100 square, recreational area. There's many things that have to happen before they would even be able to stay there. And it has to be approved by the county, the state, the health department, and the fire marshal.
So Ronald Harris has been in business many years, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And he's still in business. He's just not full-time.
Full-time, okay. And
Yeah.
then he's also limited you said 3 locations, said he?
We purchased 3
Purchased
locations.
3,
I
right.
don't know how many locations
But
they
I
have.
meant that you guys purchased.
We
3
purchased 3
locations.
farms. We purchased one on 308, one on Middleton, and then the other one on Beulah Church
Okay.
from Mr. Harris.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
does Mr. Harris have migrant camps?
No, ma'am.
So he runs his camps without that. He runs his business without migrant.
He has, I don't know what he does with other people. With us, we go to his property and we use our labor to harvest his greens, and then we sell it. So we pay him for his greens, and we harvest it with our labor.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what he has other farms do, but that's what we do with Mr. Harris.
Any other questions for Ms. Nichols? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry, okay, we have an attorney. I think that he has an objection, so we're going to let him ask his question and rather than come back and forth
Okay.
later. Can we have a mic?
And just for correction, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask some cross-examination questions, if that's possible.
Go ahead.
So, thank you, Mrs. Rogers. I understand you're here to represent Continental. Oh,
Yes, sir.
sorry. Thank you. So I just want to clarify, the site plan that are depicted, I don't know if we can pull that back up or not. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Site plan? Okay. And is that binding? That's a binding part of the application?
I believe so.
Okay. And are you familiar with the federal and state regulations that require a certain number of square footage per
Yes.
migrant? Okay. And this one, as depicted, is 770 square feet, correct?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, we can pull it up. The measurements are 770 feet.
Okay.
Would you agree with that? You need to see it,
I haven't measured, I don't know it off the top of my head, sir.
okay. So as depicted here is 770 feet.
Okay.
So per federal and state regulations, for 6 migrant workers, the requirement would be 900 feet.
Then it wouldn't end up being 6. So everything that we're doing, it would have to agree with the state, the county, the health department, and the fire marshal. So if there's not 50 squares, then you can't stick that many people in there. It would only allow for 4.
Sure. So as depicted now, so in the staff report it identifies 6 migrants and outlines the square footage. As depicted in the current site plan, that is not sufficient with federal and state regulations.
Then we wouldn't be allowed to stick 6 men in there.
So this is not binding. So what you presented in the report is not binding. Is that what you're saying?
We're applying for migrant labor. They're the ones who said 6. We did not ask for 6.
Okay. So the site plan that was submitted, that's before this board here, identifies that there are going to be 6 migrant workers present, correct?
No, I asked if we could make a migrant labor home out of it, not to put 6 in it. They were saying that we could do up to that with state and federal regulations.
Okay, so
But if it doesn't meet state and federal, if it only meets 4, then you can only have 4 men in there.
Okay. So who did your company present these schematic drawings to the county?
Yes.
Okay. And
But
those
we did
drawings-
not ask for 6 laborers. We asked if it could be used and approved for a migrant labor.
So how many migrant laborers are going to be here?
This year we had 8.
Okay. So currently with 8, that's even increased square footage. So the drawings that you submitted to the county
Correct.
are 770 on-site feet. Is that correct, based on our drawings? So that would only allow, that would actually allow for less than 6. So you're saying there are going to be up to 8 that are going to be working there?
Living there? No. If it's only allowed for 4, only 4 will live there.
Okay, well, so are you familiar with any federal or state violations with the Department of Labor with your company?
I don't know what you're asking me. I'm not here in
Okay, so are
Florida.
you familiar that, let me see, in April of 2024, the Department of Labor cited your company for violations of the Fair Labor Standards Act?
Yes.
Okay, you're aware of that?
Yes.
Are any of the Florida properties included in that lawsuit?
No.
You know that for sure?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so you don't know whether that's correct or not. So you don't know if any of the Florida properties are included in that lawsuit?
Not to my knowledge. It was Washington State.
So one more thing. You mentioned that you all seek out local labor employees.
Correct.
Can you explain to the board how did you do that? How do you go out and seek local labor for your company?
No, if we hear that there's local labor, so we heard word of mouth that there was 3 people that were looking for work, and then we asked them to come and make out applications at our DeLand main office location, and they did. 2 wanted to stay, and 1 opted not to stay.
Does your company go out and seek local labor in Putnam County? Do you seek out unemployed laborers in Putnam County to work at these facilities?
No,
So you bring in migrant labor?
we do both. We have local labor and migrant labor
No
for
further questions.
peak seasons.
Is that your questions? Are you complete? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nicholas.
Okay.
Okay, we have some speaker cards, and we are going to limit 3 minutes. So we have a timer set, and we will give you 3 minutes, so have your questions and your comments ready. So there's several people who want to speak on both cases, so I'm going to call in no particular order. Miriam Humphrey. Okay, let me back up just a minute. Before all of these are in opposition, let me ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak in favor of this application. No one's coming forward, so I guess we will go with the opposition. Okay, Miriam Humphrey. Please state your name and address for the record.
Marion Humphrey, 119 Rainbow Lane, Crescent City, Florida. Seems like there's like a shotgun effect. There's 2 different places. They're going to see which one hits, you know. And even though the one farm, she's showing up
We,
there right
we need
now.
to talk about the 7, the variance
Okay,
on
this-
00007.
This farm up here, what was it, 30 acres, something like that? Very small, and they want 6 people. These guys, they bring in other people all the time. These camps are havens for criminals. They have a culture of violence, extortion, and abuse of women. And you know they're going to bring women in. So it's right around the corner from us. It's a nice bucolic area, countryside, pastures, ferns. And the Harrises, they used local people, and I guess there were some migrants. And this 1315-308 used to be Tiki Exports. And I worked at Tiki Exports. And you know who vetted the migrants coming in? The lead men or the supervisors, which were like contractors. And they would bring in fake Social Security cards, I-9s filled with God knows what names sometimes. There would be some, bona fide legal workers, but there were a lot of them that the Social Security Administration, when you turn their information in, they just never heard of that number. You know, you don't know who these people are. And they don't always have, they send the money back to Mexico or wherever other country there is, and not much of it stays here. A lot of it goes to their under-the-radar businesses that are not above board in any way, shape, or form. I'll talk to you the next one on Beulah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any questions for Ms. Humphrey? Okay, thank you. Greg Roberts? But please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record.
Craig Roberts, 330 Huntington Shortcut Road, Crescent City, Florida. The questions that I had have been asked by the attorney here, so I have no more.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tony Hall? Please state your name and address for the record.
Tony Hall, 140 Palmer Sawmill Road, Crescent City. I'm about a third of a mile away from where this is going to happen. And as far as the help, why don't we put a help wanted sign out? There is nothing, nobody notified anybody about this. We found out yesterday that this hearing is going on today. Nobody, want to be a good neighbor, let's start out by letting people know what's going on. The other thing is the E-Verify stuff she's talking about. I've worked in pipeline industry, and those guys could go, you could lay them off today, and they'll be back tomorrow with a new name, new Social Security number. It wasn't, E-Verify is not all that good. You got a school right there, children, the road, everything. And Harris has farmed this how many years without having to bring in a migrant camp? I just don't understand it. But I just wish we could have been notified more on this. If this has been going on since December, these people's note about this and not getting the public notice on it. And I just feel it's the company obviously has got issues with paying help or doing reputable work with the hands. And a 50-foot, they're talking like putting these people in this, 750 feet? And a minimum of 50 foot for sleeping quarters, that's 5 foot by 5 foot. Be about this big. I can't see them putting anybody in. My dog house is bigger than that, I don't understand why this has to go on when it's been successful for many years. I yield my time, unless somebody's got a question,
I'd like to clarify, notification goes out to people within 300 feet of the property, correct?
Correct. And 2 signs were placed on the road adjoining the property.
There's nobody, 300 feet.
Well, I'm
very
just
far.
saying, if you asked the question, why were you not notified?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, 300
Okay.
feet's not very much notice.
Well, that's the stipulation, then who's supposed to be notified. That's how it reads. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. Tony Allener, I think you've been up here once before.
My name is Tony Alencar, 150 Beulah Church Road, Crescent City. My concern here is actually with the transparency of the company. This company has been fined by U.S. labor law for $1.8 million, and that was based on housing and wages. So on this case, this is my only concern that I bring to the board. Any question?
Okay. Are you wanting to come back and speak on 08? Okay. Is it Ponder? D-A-W? P-O-N-D-E-R? Are you wanting to speak on 00007? Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
What now?
State your name and address for the record.
Okay, thank you. Dahl Ponder, 174 Gorvin Road in Crescent City. Oh, did I get it right?
I'm sorry?
Is that all you wanted to
That's,
know?
yeah, like, what are you going to say?
Oh, I just, we don't really want to migrate workers in our neighborhood. We live in a neighborhood that's almost crime-free, and almost everybody there's retired and stuff, and they're kind of scared of them when they bring them in on buses and stuff like that and leave and stuff. And down our road is the closest way to any store, which is mostly a dollar store. And
Okay,
taverns right down
Mr.
the
Ponder,
road.
we're talking about 00007, the one that is on 1318 Huntington Road, not the one that is down on Beulah Church Road. So please address your concerns to that particular location.
Oh, okay.
The one that's on Huntington Road.
Well, we just know they're going to be traveling by our road, and we don't want to clean the beer bottles and stuff up, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Elizabeth Harbus.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Elizabeth Horribus, 405 Marina Road, Satsuma, 32189.
Okay.
Well, I have just a few questions, and several of them have been answered already.
You want to pull the mic down a little bit?
Oh,
so you
my
don't have to-
apologies.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions, but a few, as I stated, have been answered already. My concern as well is when she said the decrease of the home value. That also is a concern, and really she doesn't know whether it will or will not. It may not in DeLand, but
address
my
us,
apologies.
please.
Oh, my apologies. And that's number one. Also, you said you didn't, as the one gentleman asked, where are you advertising for this employment? You say it's just word of mouth. That to me is a concern as well, because I'm sure there are several, and I know several people who do need jobs, friends and family members actually. So I don't understand that part. Also, with the, let's say, people are concerned about the cost, traffic, everything like that with the area, with the children. As I'm a nurse, and my concern, I was a school nurse, and I do know that it's they cross the street, and it's just the concern of the safety of their safety. It's true, we don't know where these people come from, and you said they're from out of state. That to me is very concerning. And who, once again, who deals with the penalties and the violations? Let's say something, who's responsible for keeping up with it, with the regulations and the rules, with the compliance of the in their homes, and how they're housed, and who comes in, who comes out, who's responsible for all that. That's pretty much it.
Okay, but do you wish to come back and address?
No, because
08?
most of the questions were answered, and I do appreciate your time. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Stevens? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Larry Stevens. I live at 124 Lisa Terrace in Crescent City, one of the finest places, I think, in the world. But I think when we look at this is, I know a lot of people are concerned about safety. That's my concern. Let's ask yourself a question. Would you want your granddaughter riding by a camp with these people? One traveled all the way from Texas to New York and raped a 13-year-old girl. What if I'd been your granddaughter? Do you think you'd want these people to move in? And as far as they're working, the farm's working fine now. They bought 3 new farms. So they're making plenty of money. They're not hurting. And all this is to cut down their expense so they can make more. You know, I think you people got it in your hearts. Let's win one for America for a change. I love this country. I love this country. And God loves you people. And I know you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, are you going to come back and speak? The other one? Okay. Lenore Toole? Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lenore Toole, and I live at 804 Front Street in Welaka. My concern is mostly for the children. If the new school is going in, I am very, very concerned about the lack of really getting these people that come to work here. Are they working on visas and permits? Are they really who they say they are? Are we going to have to, as a county, bring police into this? Are our police services, which are really come out of the main county in here for the sheriff's department, how long in an emergency would it take for somebody to get here? We've got to look at every aspect and take care of our children. We've got to look at what the impact will be to our county and to our home area and to our towns. And I know that you're going to do the right thing because there is a right thing to do. Thank you.
Are you have both applications or special use? You want to come back up, or you?
I did. I'm going to sit and listen to
okay.
what you do.
All right.
But thank you.
Okay, we had Mr. Blocker was also representing, I think, Donnie King.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. So, Jeremiah Blocker, attorney. My address is 117 North 2nd Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177. Again, here representing the King family. I want to draw y'all's attention specifically to a couple of key arguments in opposition. One, the traffic studies needed for this property. You have a 2-lane road that does not support an increase of traffic that you're going to have here, even though these migrants are going to be living there. You're going to have ongoing traffic issues. These people are going to have to go out and get food. They're going to come and go, get bused. So this road is not set up for that. One of the things that's not clear is will the workers only work on this premise or other properties? They're not limited to that. Even though they're living there, they could potentially work on other properties. So you see people coming and going, which creates some traffic issues. The plans submitted in the application do not provide enough detail to show compliance with Florida statute and Department of Health regulations. What I drew attention to, so in the site plans, and these site plans are binding in applications. The site plans that were submitted, and I'll draw your attention to it, this is on the staff report, page 5 of 8. It lists specifically what the requirements are for 6 migrant workers. That's approximately about 900 feet when you do the math. The site plans that they submitted are 770. So as it stands today, they're not able to fit the numbers that are in the staff report. Now, the representative mentioned that it's actually going to be up to 8. So you have 8 migrant workers that will not be able to fit into this. So that's a problem. I think that's a problem for this board as y'all evaluate this, because as this stands today, y'all are not required to grant this. As it stands today, they have to come before y'all and get a special use permit. That's why we have this quasi-judicial proceeding, to allow y'all to sit in a quasi-judicial role and evaluate that process. And y'all have a great attorney, Mr. Perry, who has outlined that for y'all. So again, as it stands today, there's an issue with that. Your issuance criteria, number 3, 4, 5, and 10, which y'all have to evaluate that when y'all go through this now. Under number 3, there's a strong chance of adverse impact on adjacent property owners. I understand your staff report, and let me just say something about the staff report. You got great staff. They work hard. But the staff report is not able to fully evaluate the full range of federal and state laws, because at that stage, that will come later. So your staff is not, again, able to fully evaluate that. The best people to evaluate that are the residents in the audience here who are living near there. They are, these people here, your residents, are in the best possible position to evaluate how this impacts them. So we believe under 3 that there is a strong chance of adverse impact on adjacent property owners. There's a chance of, under 4, chance of diminishing property values. It's unreasonable to believe that you can bring a migrant camp somewhere and it's not going to impact people's property values. There is no, as part of the staff report, there's no evaluation of the property values that would give you all credible information on that. You heard a statement from the applicant's representative that says in Volusia County that has not impacted that. I believe there are evidence to the contrary of that, but that's neither here nor there. Under number 5, under your criteria, ma'am, I have a few more moments. Under 5, concerns that additional traffic on the access roads, and number 10, strong chance of impacting public health and safety. There's no safety report. There's no evaluation of law enforcement. When you are bringing this number of people here, that's important to get that. And I'll finally tell you, the unemployment rate currently under the Department of Labor statistics is just under 5%. You have 3,500 unemployed residents here in Putnam County. And you heard the applicant's representative explain they are not out there trying to recruit those people to work these farms. Thank you.
Mr. Blocker, are you also going to? Are you going to speak for Ms. Donneking, or are you going to say the same thing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to say that. The only other thing I'll say, ma'am, is I believe there's a petition over 500 of your residents here who signed it. They just started this petition yesterday afternoon. We have more people that want to sign it. I think that's important because, again, you got great staff, but the best people in a position to give substantial, competent testimony to y'all today that y'all can evaluate for evidence is your residents, because they understand how it's going to impact them. So thank y'all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Greg Roberts, I think, was already up here on 07. Are you coming back for 08? No. Okay. Marion Humphrey, the same question. You were up here for 07. Are you coming back for 08? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yes, ma'am. Okay, please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
Marion Humphrey, 119 Rainbow Lane, Crescent City, Florida. I and almost all my friends and acquaintances have had to travel up to an hour or more most of our work lives to get to our jobs. And we have paid gas taxes, bought vehicles in this county to help us get to work. That was over an hour away, sometimes in St. Augustine or Daytona or wherever it was. And as far as the Beulah Church Road place, now that is a lot more than 30 acres. And I don't know what kind of building they propose to use.
We're not talking about 008 yet.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
I don't think, unless I messed up.
The Beulah Church one, you're not? Okay. I already talked about 13, 15.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. This is confusing. All right, Mr. Ponder also had both cases, so let's stop that right now. All right, make sure that I'm getting these places getting, maybe I got these mixed up. All right, we're still on 007, right? Okay, Tom Hottling, I don't know how to pronounce that last name. Tim, you can correct me when you get up here. Thank you, sir.
Daddy pronounces it hoteling. Tim Hoteling,
Hoteling?
105 Riverside Way, San Mateo.
Okay.
My career was with the Immigration Service. I have a little bit of experience coming and going to these locations, and I had a couple of observations that might provide just a little bit of balance. Unless they've changed it in the years since I've retired, the H-visa process is rather intense in terms of doing background checks of the individuals, and they have multiple requirements as to that they behave, or, you know, most of the folk in a well-managed farm, and I know nothing about this applicant, they want to come back, so they behave themselves. The only time that we ever had problems were some of the young bucks that got too much alcohol in them and got a little rowdy. So that may be just a little bit of an oversight. The H process, the employer has to, and again, I know nothing about this particular situation, but generically, that process requires a whole bunch of paperwork to document the fact that there were efforts to hire locally. And I suspect that that'll be the case here. And thirdly, most importantly, if you ride anywhere downtown in Palatka on a Sunday, you'll see all kinds of young migrant workers, whatever, young guys washing their clothes, and all of them, they're housed in 2 or more motels, and there's a whole bunch more than 6 of them. So just a little bit of balance.
Okay, thank you. Making sure that I'm not missing anyone for 07. Okay, the rest of them are for 08. I don't, do you have a speaker card? For 07?
When I turned it in, the clerk told me to put 08 on there. I would like to speak for both, and so would Diane Kelly.
Okay. What's your name?
Jim Hammond.
Just a minute, Mr. Hammer. Jim Hammond? Please come forward then. You're down for 08. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jim Hammond, 123 Lakeside Lane, Crescent City, Florida. I would first like to start out by saying Webster's Dictionary says lawbreaker. Definition: person, entities, companies that break the law. Companies that will not adhere to the law. The company that's wanting to bring this labor camp in here has just recently been fined almost $2 million by the federal government for labor violations, human rights violations. These people are not going to comply with the rules that we have set here. They have proven that they will not adhere to our rules, our laws of the land. So, if the board opens your arms and says, come on, we will grant this variance, what you're doing is you're opening up your arms to lawbreakers to come in here, knowing they've committed these law breakings, knowing that the fines have already been assessed, knowing that they've settled. They didn't even dispute it. All right, you caught me. I did it. I think that this is a bad idea to have this company come to this town. They do not follow the rules, and the school. Children in the school, they bring in whoever they want. You're opening yourself up for some big problems here. Think about the people that y'all are here to look after. Your grandchildren, all these people's children and grandchildren, do the right thing. Thank you. Questions?
Questions? Are you going to come back to speak on 08?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Diane Kelly also wanted to speak here. I filled out hers for her, and the clerk told me to put down 08.
Diane Kelly?
Yep. Thank you.
Diane Kelly, are you wanting to speak on 07? Come forward, please.
Diane Kelly, 123 Lakeside Lane, Crescent City, Florida. And I do have some similar concerns as those that were raised, but I do want to share a few facts as well. But front and foremost, it's one of the things you learn in business that I've learned 40 years in business. You do not give more business to somebody who's already failing. You either help that person or that entity improve, or you move them out. Giving this company, Continental Flour, additional business when they have demonstrated failure to meet the standards for which they would be required to meet now is negligent. And I am sure that just based on that, you couldn't possibly approve this. So that's front and foremost. I would say for that, they should come back in 2 or 3 years after they've demonstrated proficiency in other locations. The next thing I would like to share is, I know it may feel to some that the opposition somewhat against migrant workers may feel discriminatory in nature. And that's a tough topic, it really is. But we cannot deny the facts. And I'm only here to speak to just some of the key facts. Even in self-disclosed surveys by migrant workers, as recently as 2020, the National Agricultural Workers Survey in 2020 indicates that 44% self-disclosed that they are non-citizens. And yes, non-citizens have to work just like everybody else. The challenge is, as you've heard from some of the folks here, non-citizens do have a much higher crime rate than many of the citizens do. So to think, and I'm not saying that you do feel this way, but to imagine that there's not risk of increased crime is a fallacy. That's just not realistic. The risk of increased crime is there, and it will probably happen. In addition, when you think about the requirements that this company would be held to, right now in Putnam County, when you look at the statistics, the Florida Department of Health statistics, I looked at the data for Putnam County as well as other counties in the state of Florida and the Florida average. Most of these migrant farm worker facilities are not investigated for compliance. Most are not. In fact, Florida runs about 15+% of the facilities overall are actively investigated, but in Putnam County, it's been less than 10. So even the fact that we're looking at an organization that has not demonstrated the ability to be compliant, we're also looking at low rates of assessments in our county and in Florida overall. And we're also looking at increased risk of crime, and we're denying ourselves the truth if we think that that's not going to be a risk, and also the impact of property values. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kelly, are you finished? You want to come back on 08, or are you done?
Oh, no need to come back,
Okay.
but much of this would apply to 08 as well. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Okay, I want some clarification on Donna King. So she's not going, I just want to make sure so I don't leave her out because you were, Mr. Blocker was representing you. Okay, so you're all okay. 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 Please state your name and address for the...
My name's Mark Edwards, 130 Rooster Run Road. Fortunately, we don't have to get into migrant workers good, migrant workers bad, legal, illegal, none of that. This particular company has a proven track record of not being in compliance. I noticed that the representative said, she has very strict regulations, local, state, federal, very strict. It's going to be very safe and strict. But they've already proven to ignore those kind of regulations. So she's come here unprepared. She doesn't know if it's going to be 6 or 5 or 8. She doesn't know the square footage. It's really unprofessional and kind of just a throw it at the wall and see if it sticks. I don't think that we even really need to go into any details because you have 50 or 100 people here, you have 500 signatures, and they say no, and that should really just be it. You have one person, multi-million-dollar company who's proven to absolutely not care about migrants' rights. They kept pay from them. They didn't pay them on time. They didn't pay them their overtime. They let them drive around without licenses. She says, well, we shuttle them between DeLand and Crescent City. Does she? Or does a migrant worker with no license do the shuttling? I don't know, but why take the chance? I think that this particular company is not a good fit for Putnam County. I don't think we have to get into anything else other than all these citizens don't want it. One multi-million-dollar company does. That should be it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Okay, according to my speaker cards, that's all of the speakers for 00007. So at this time, we will close it to the public and open it up for board discussion and motion.
Madam Chair, I've been listening to these people. I've read all the information that was sent to us, and I truly believe this is not a good company. This is not a good fit for Putnam County. We have many unemployed people. Plus, these groves, they've been there for years and years and years, and they've been running with the help that they have. They don't need to bring people in. So I really don't think we need these. And with that, I move we disapprove, deny special permit number SUP 24-000007 as request does not meet the criteria for a special use permit as required by section 45-1083 of the Putnam County Land Development Code with the conditions as recommended by staff and with the addition of, without any additions, and authorize the chairman to sign it.
Okay, according to my understanding, Mr. Ballinger, you have to state the criteria that is not met in order to recommend denial.
The criteria on this one here, they were a little off on the number of workers that they
No. You have to state, you cannot just, you have to state the criteria that you think that they do not meet in the staff report.
Can they put the list of criteria up on the board?
Can you put the criteria on the board, please?
Would you like me to list out the criteria one by one?
I don't know if he's looking at...
Can you show number one?
Yes, sir. Like I said, would you like me to list them out one by one so you can determine if they do not
Mike,
meet?
just go through them. Let him go through.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
I was saying just go through the list. He has to make that recommendation.
Let me know when you want the next slide, sir.
this one out. Will conform to all applicable regulations of this code. Well, first off, the building that you're going to use is not big enough to hold their.
Sir, it's applications of the Land Development Code. This criteria does not refer to any state or federal codes that they will also be required to meet, just the county code.
Just for county.
All right, go to the next one.
C.
C is a special use will not adversely impact nor unduly restrict the enjoyment of permitted uses in the surrounding areas.
I feel that this will restrict.
Okay.
Because of the nature of these people. They may be out there working, trying their best, but the surrounding area will not trust them at all. Next one. With a
C and D.
With a D, with a labor camp there, they say it will not diminish or impair property values in the area. I'm not a real estate agent, but I am sure.
Excuse me, please. We are trying to conduct business, and so let us do our job.
I am not a real estate agent, but I am sure that will affect the resale value of all property around there.
Okay, so you've got C and D.
All right, next one. The property itself is on a two-lane road. And when you drive down in there, it's kind of narrow. You've got the loading dock over here. You've got what looks like an office in front of you. And here's furnace over here. You got to go down.
Okay, Mr. Ballinger, you need to just give us the criteria that since you...
Number E.
E, okay, so we got C, D, and E.
With traffic, there is going to be backups. And 308 Huntington Road, whatever you want to call it, is a very busy road in Crescent City.
Okay, so do you have any other criteria that this does not meet?
But that fits for F also. Go to the next one. That was okay. H. That was okay. There will be no undue risk to persons or property from hazardous substances.
No
Farms,
hazardous substances
use,
have been...
Chemicals.
No hazardous substances that aren't already on the site of farm have been proposed, sir. The farm's
Farm?
already there. The work is already being done.
Yeah, it's already been done, but that's saying there won't be any risk there. Well, there will be risks.
So you're saying I also?
Yes. Okay, let's go to the next one.
That would be the end, sir.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay, so you need to state for your motion those 4 criteria.
Okay, for the motion, my motion criteria, C, D, E, and I will not be met.
Has he finished his motion?
That's his motion.
You finished the motion? I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and second to deny special use permit 24-000007 with the criteria mentioned C, D, E, and I as not meeting the requirements to grant this application. So, further discussion? If none, all of those in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3. All approved? All opposed?
Opposed.
1, 2, 3, Okay, wait a minute, I missed a vote. Did you vote no?
No, I didn't vote at all.
You didn't vote at all.
Madam Chair, will you do a roll call for me, just for the record, please? Roll call vote.
Roll call vote?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, please.
Thank you.
Do I have to? I vote to deny it. Do I have to vote at all?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
You do.
Can we just say a yes is denial and a no is against the denial, rather than, okay, so a yes is approving his motion.
Correct.
A no is against his motion.
That would be
Okay.
that's on the floor.
I know, I'm finished.
Can we skip him and give him a moment and go to other members of the board?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
No. No.
Okay, the motion fails. The motion fails 3-4. So the special use permit will be granted. Okay? Am I not correct?
So,
We have to approve it, don't we have to make another motion?
Madam Chair,
Okay, do we, Mr. Perry, Mr. Perry,
do you have a gavel?
we have to do an approval. We have to have a second.
we have to have a approval.
motion to
Yes,
approve.
ma'am.
Okay, I apologize.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do the correct thing. We have to have approval for that. That's what she's going to do right now. So just, we're going to go through the motions of, if they have to have approval or denial for this motion that is here. So the case number SUP 24, our string of zeros, 7, is going to have approval or denial. So we had a motion on the floor to deny it. It was turned down, so we still have a open floor 4007. So nothing has gone through,
Nothing
just to
has
say
gone
that out
through
loud.
yet. We need a motion.
I have a problem with this being out there located as close as it is to the new school.
Excuse me, Madam
If it-
Chair.
Mr. West, we need a motion because we're past discussion, all right?
I was
Or do
fixing
we
to
need
make
to?
one.
Okay.
We ran into this same issue at the Planning Commission. But I must tell you, there's only one motion. If there is a motion to deny, and it's been denied by a majority of our board, then the motion is denied. You don't go back and then approve it.
No. The motion to deny was
denial was
voted down
turned down.
3-4. It was to approve it. The motion was to deny. It was 3 to deny and 4 not to.
Okay, well, in
So-
that case, it's,
So why, do we have to have a motion to approve if it was denied was?
no, you don't.
I'm just asking because I don't want to get in hot water here.
Let me ask you a question, Madam Chair. Have you ever done it like that before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever done it like that before?
Well, it was, the motion was to deny. And 3 people voted to deny, and 4 people voted not to deny. So the motion to deny did not pass. Excuse us. We are discussing this. We will clear the building. We will clear the building. We have not come to a definitive answer yet. We are still discussing it. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, is that the motion was to deny. 3 people voted to deny the application. 4 people voted not to deny the application. So the motion to deny was defeated.
Correct.
Now, do we have to have a motion to approve?
No.
No. So
So it's
the motion, stands as approved then,
Right.
or am I incorrect?
No,
I'm
you're
not-
correct. There's only one motion.
Well, I'm just saying, okay?
That's the way we, this notion that you have something to say, Jeremiah?
Come, you can say, go ahead and tell us. Do you know Robert's Rules of Order from the standpoint? Come to the podium. I can't understand you over there. I mean, I hate to ask for outside counsel personally.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying,
Well,
you want to
you
have something to
invited
say,
him
we'll
up.
let him say it.
So we would just, we just representing the party in opposition, we would ask that there be a motion, because this is a special use permit. The applicant is asking for something, so we believe that there has to be an affirmative vote
Well,
approving.
what you believe and what is necessarily the fact is not necessarily
Well,
the way we need to go.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna say, I'm trying to be as polite as I can. We believe
Okay?
the law requires.
I don't think,
an affirmative vote.
I'm not an attorney,
Well,
but I don't know, I don't know if we have to have another motion for approval.
you do.
No, you don't know that for sure.
No, I do know that.
Okay, no, you
Well,
don't. I'm sorry.
I do
They
that.
don't.
So
I'm
we're
not-
just going to object, we're going to object on the record.
Okay, you
We're
can
gonna
object.
on the record to procedurally,
That's fine.
to preserve our appellate rights. This is a special use permit that requires an affirmative vote. So we preserved our.
You've made your objection. Now,
Can I
we
ask
need a
Mike
ruling.
question?
Sir,
Mr. Perry, what you're saying is if the motion to deny was defeated, then it was automatically approved?
Correct.
that would be my understanding, but like I said, I don't know for sure. The motion to deny was turned down. It was a vote 3-4.
Like I told you,
Everyone, please be quiet. We're trying to resolve this issue. And this is probably something that we've never experienced before. So as far as Robert's Rules of Order, I don't know that we have to have a motion to approve, since to deny was turned down. No, you don't know that. I said I didn't know. Well,
Madam Chair, let me look it up.
okay. Do what? I'm going to. They don't.
Why don't you say yes? We could have done away with all this. That's why I didn't look at you. I did not want to try to.
I thought the only time you had to have another motion was that if it was,
This is one that I don't think denial or approval is right either way.
you're not, we can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. We need to follow what legal counsel is advising.
Comes down to one.
That would be my recommendation.
All right. I still didn't understand what you said.
I said, as myself, we need to follow what legal counsel is advising. That's what I would recommend. But you're the chairperson. What our
This
legal
is our
counsel?
legal counsel.
Yes, ma'am. That's what
who I'm going to follow today.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Thank
who
you.
I recommend you follow. Yes, ma'am.
We're waiting on our attorney. think so. Motion fails. was trying. I'm trying. But if I'll tell people in the office being a smart butt.
Oh, I don't see anything in here that talks about a second motion. And, well, I mean, I told, like I said, I called, yeah, I told you when we came in. What I'm trying to tell you, Ryan, is that when you vote it down, it's approved. I mean, that's what you do. I mean, I don't get it. Madam Chair, I haven't found anything in Putnam County.
We're back in order. Would y'all please have a seat?
I haven't seen anything or found anything in the Putnam County codes that deal with special use permits that require 2 votes. I haven't seen anything in any part of the code that requires a vote to approve after a vote to deny. And I see nothing in Robert's Rules of Order that requires a second vote to approve after a denial.
Okay, so the vote stands then as 3 to deny and 4 not to deny. Okay, so that's where we're going to leave it. Okay. Thank you.
What is that telling the applicant?
That tells the applicant that they have approval to do so. For the first one, right, 000007. Okay. Okay, for the next case at hand. Oh, there is a 30-day appeal process, so if there's any issues or questions, please work with staff. Okay, the next case on the agenda is Special Use 24-000008. And before we proceed, let's do a ex parte communication and a conflict of interest.
No.
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 As I stated before, no conflict of interest, but I did have a couple of phone calls, and there was no communication.
Okay, Mr. Perry, do you need to ask Mr. West the same question?
Yeah, will it affect your ability to decide this matter in a fair and impartial manner?
No.
That'll be fine.
Okay, we're ready for staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Once again, Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. This is Special Use Permit 24-000008. The application is for a migrant farm labor camp in the Agricultural Zoning District by Continental Floral Florida, LLC, at 240 Beulah Church Road in Willaca, Florida, with a future land use of agriculture in a zoning district of agriculture. Currently, one parcel is approximately 53.54 acres in size. That is an ornamental plant nursery. The farm is already on the parcel, and the applicant is simply desiring to house their migrant farm workers on location. Land Development Code Section 4572E6 allows for special use permit for the development of migrant farm labor camps in the agricultural zoning district. Here you can see the aerial view of the parcel that was requested for this permit. Here you can see the future land use. Here you can see the zoning, the wetlands, the FEMA flood zone, and finally you'll notice this one says allowed combined parcels. Much like the previous one, the applicant had desired to combine several parcels together of same ownership land. Staff is required as part of the regulations that will be placed on this that only ones that are contiguously next to each other would be allowed to be combined and are not separated by either a county-maintained road or property owned under a different ownership, which would limit them to a parcel in this configuration. Special use permit criteria. The use is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets all concurrency regulations. The property's future land use classification is agriculture, which allows for agricultural uses including farming and migrant farm labor camps. Regarding concurrency, migrant farm labor camps are more heavily restricted at both state and federal level than would be possible to do at the county level. As such, the camp will be required to comply with all state and federal regulations and restrictions on operation. The use allowed in the by special use is in the zoning district is allowed. The proposed use is allowed in the agricultural zoning district with a special use permit. The applicant is following all rules of law to obtain their permit. The special use will not adversely impact or unduly restrict the enjoyment of permitted uses in the surrounding area. The proposed migrant farm labor camp is not anticipated to adversely impact or restrict the enjoyment of neighboring areas. A farm is already located on the property. The applicant is merely filing to include lodging for the new migrant farmers on this parcel. Migrant farmers have already been coming to and from the parcel and working it. This is merely to add the housing.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt, but could somebody close those back doors because the people out in the hallways are annoying and disturbing?
In addition, this is expected to result in less traffic on Beulah Church Road. The special use will not substantially diminish or impair property values in the area, nor impede the orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties for permitted uses. As the farm is already located on site, it is not expected that adding lodging will substantially diminish or impair the property values in the area. Adequate access roads, on-site parking, on-site loading and unloading, berths, and drainage will be met when required, and adequate measures have been taken to provide ingress and egress to the property that are designed in a manner to minimize traffic impacts on local roads. These are the requirements. Adequate access to the site will be off of Beulah Church Road. The main farm building already on site has loading and unloading berths and parking. The drainage that has been on site has been considered accurate. Of important note is that the encroachment by the applicant into the platted Beulah Church Road, the portion which runs through their property, has been developed as a fernery and has been redirected through a private easement. The Putnam County Public Works Department has gone on record stating that this is not permitted nor tolerable, and as such, the applicant will need to remedy the issue as outlined in the conditions of the report. Adequate screening and buffering of the special use will be provided as needed. Buffering of the parcel is not required as the neighboring parcels are of the same zoning district. If the zoning board desires to require some buffering mechanism or as a condition of approval, they may do so. Special use will not have signs or exterior lighting that will cause glare. No signs or lighting have been proposed in this application. There will be no undue risks to persons or property from hazardous substances. Hazardous substances have not been proposed. The project will need to meet all state regulations for health and sanitation. The proposed special use will not adversely affect the general public health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Putnam County. An application may not be denied on this basis unless the Zoning Board of Adjustment makes findings as the specific manner in which the proposed use will have an adverse effect. It is not anticipated that the housing of migrant farmers will negatively impact the general public health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Putnam County. There are already several migrant farm labor camps throughout the county and have no larger impact on the health and safety of other farming operations. Furthermore, the development will be required to meet any density requirements of the future land use category. As such, staff has recommended approval for the special use permit for a migrant farm labor camp on this site, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, the camp must meet all state and federal regulations surrounding migrant farm labor camps. State and regulations can be found on FS Chapter 381, Section 008 through Section 00897. And the camp must meet the health and safety requirements as outlined in the Florida Department of Health Administrative Code, FDOHAC, Chapter 64E-14. In accordance with FDOHAC, Chapter 64E 14.7-2, the living quarters will be indicated. The living quarters will include all required heating, cooking, and water heating equipment installed in compliance with state code. In accordance with FDOHAC, Chapter 64E 14.7-3, private sleeping quarters shall be minimum of 50 square feet. With communal sleeping, cooking, and living rooms shall be a minimum of 100 square feet per migrant farm worker. In accordance with FDOHAC, Chapter 64E 14.11-1, all private living quarters and bathrooms shall be equipped with heat-producing devices to maintain a room temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And in the spirit of HCOC, Chapter 64E-14.0011, and given the fact that Florida experiences more extreme heat than cold, cooling systems must also be provided for all bathrooms and living quarters to maintain the room temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. These systems, both heating and cooling, will need to be controlled and operated by the migrant farm workers living on site. And the camp must meet the Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSHA, standards, and the camp must meet all federal regulations surrounding the migrant farm labor camps, including the Migrant and Seasonal Agricultural Worker Protection Act, MSPA. In accordance with the MSPA, the migrant farm workers will be provided with notice and documentation and/or posters in their native language explaining their rights, And in addition to the rights listed in the MSPA, the notice shall also include the state statute rights and regulations, as well as the additional regulations created by Putnam County in this document. And the developed living quarters will be required to comply with Florida State Building Code for migrant farm labor camps, and the living quarters shall be reviewed by the Putnam County Fire Marshal and shall be compliant with all relevant fire suppression requirements. And the number of farm workers that may reside on this property will be further restricted by the future land use category of agriculture, wherein it will be required to meet the density requirement for agricultural property on county-maintained roads of 1 migrant farm worker as defined by FS 381.008 per 5 acres of land, minimum 1. And in order to provide higher amounts of housing to migrant laborers, the applicant shall combine the parcel with neighboring parcels of their ownership, keeping this parcel identification number in the process. This shall be limited to a 6-month period of time to declare interest and desire in combination of the lands after the granting of this permit. Failure to initiate a parcel combination in that time will result in no additional residential density allowance, regardless of combination, until a new site special use permit is approved. And the combination of the land shall not cross or be divided by county-maintained roads or parcels under separate ownership. And the maximum number of migrant laborers to be granted by this permit is 16, subject to additional state and federal regulations. And any new residential building are required to be in the FEMA flood zone X for the safety of migrant laborers during hurricane season, and at least 25 feet of vegetated space away from jurisdictional wetlands. And the applicant shall be responsible for obtaining a valid survey of their property, wherein it shall make note of the locations of Beulah Church Road, a 66-foot wide county-maintained Class 1 road, as determined by OR 212, page 614, wherein the applicant shall be required to clear that portion of Beulah Church Road on which they have encroached and bring it up to county standards, wherein, after the clearing of the road, the applicant shall be required to correspond with the planning staff to perform a de facto lot split of the 2 sections located on either side of Beulah Church Road. Any questions?
Any questions for staff?
Are you saying they're going to improve this road?
A portion of it, yes, sir. If you'll take a look at the original aerial here, you'll notice on the left-hand side there seems to be a kind of black patch over where the dedicated road is, and there seems to be a little red line running across it. That red line is a private road that the applicant has created after they encroached on what was dedicated Beulah Church Road. We're going to require them to vacate that portion of Beulah Church Road, vacate out of their farm, and bring that section up to county-maintained standards.
The road is going to stay the same.
Yes, sir. They will have to connect the 2 ends, however.
Any further questions from staff? At this time, site visit roll call, please.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Nichols, you are up again. Please state your name and address. You do not have to give your home. You can give your business.
Okay. My name is Susan Nichols, and the work address is 2329 Lemon Street, DeLand, Florida.
Okay.
The reason that we applied for the second housing is because even though the sub-applicant says that it can house 6, the house can't house 6, like the attorney said. So even though we're not putting any new housing or any new buildings on there, we're going to revamp the buildings that are there. And we needed both properties to house the 8 people when they're working up in Crescent City. So even though it says 16 people are not going to fit in that building on Beulah Church.
Okay, I have a question because when I went down, there was no trespassing signs, so I didn't dare go into any past the no trespassing signs. But back, if you were looking at the property, there's sort of like a tan-colored is that a house that's back there, or is that?
It was
just-
originally an office,
Is that that's what you're going to be refurbishing?
yes,
Okay.
to the right. So that would be the location. It has, currently has 4 rooms. So there's an entryway, 2 rooms on the right that were offices, and then another room on the left.
Okay.
So again, anything that gets remodeled has to be up to state code. It does get, I know the one lady said that Putnam County doesn't, or she doesn't see where they're doing inspections. And before anything can be complete, you know, you have to start from ground up like you were building it. So you have to have everything inspected, and then they approve for you to do X, Y, and Z before you can ever get people to be in these home, you know, in the home or in the, you know, camp as they call it, because it's not their home. And it has to be up to standards. It can't be, you know, where you slam 16 people in a room and that's where they're going to stay. I mean, the one that we have in DeLand is 4-bedroom, 3-bath, a kitchen. We have a little screened-in area. Like I said, I did bring pictures if anybody wants to see. And so the reason that we're asking for both locations is because the housing is smaller, and we don't want to rebuild or get anything else rezoned, you know, for housing.
Okay. Would you like to share the pictures that you have from DeLand?
Sure.
If you give them to us, they're ours.
Say that again?
I said, if you share the pictures and you hand them to me, then we.
I have them on my laptop,
Oh, okay.
but I'll more than gladly.
Just, would you pull it up just so we can see?
So we get a free laptop, huh?
Free laptop.
Can I ask a question while she's doing that?
The people in the back, I would ask you to refrain from speaking because we are trying to still conduct a meeting, so I don't want to have to ask you to leave. Thank you.
I don't know if it's because I don't have service.
Or do you have Wi-Fi? You can't pull it up? It's no big deal. I was just wondering if you had it available.
I do.
That's okay. Don't worry
sorry.
about it. All right. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nicholas? Mr. Walker?
How do you, ma'am, how are you working it now? Are you busting them in and out every day?
So currently, we don't have any, we only have our full-time employees working. Like I said earlier, it's only going to be at high peak, which is going to be Valentine's, Mother's Day, and Magnolia Harvest. So they're not going to be here year-round.
Okay.
So right now, there's no one at that
Just our
location?
employees.
Okay.
We have 36 employees. We have 24 in DeLand that are full-time, and they also travel back and forth. So if everything's happening in Crescent City, everybody travels to Crescent City, you know, even if they're living in, you know, DeLand or DeLeon Springs.
But that's day in and day, I mean, you're back and forth every day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's
Yes,
no
ma'am.
one...
This week, we harvested 3 days, so everybody went from DeLand to Crescent City, you know, our full-time employees, you know, except for
Then
our
they went
office
back
staff.
to DeLand.
Yep, and then if we're harvesting in DeLand, then they come to DeLand. Everything is manufactured and shipped out of DeLand, not out of Crescent City currently, because we're still revamping a lot of the farms up there. So if the labor needs to go north, then it goes north, and if the labor needs to go south, it goes south, whether it's full-time and or, you know, labor that's brought in.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will ask at this time, is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak in favor of this application? Okay, so there's no one coming forward, then we'll go with the speaker cards in opposition. I have a Charles Davis. I'm sorry, wrong one. Oh, my apologies. This is variance, special use. Miriam Humphrey. You're up again. I'm not sure how you managed 3 times, but
Meant to be. If you deny this application,
speak to the mic, please. It's very difficult.
Consider criteria J if you look to deny this again, in addition to C, D, and F. I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but just please consider it. And this area at the end of Beale Church Road is not far from where I live. It would change the personality of the whole area if we have people, I mean, if you're only going to be there certain times of the year during peak times, why do you have to have permanent migrant houses for these people? Just bring them in for 3 days during Mother's Day or Valentine's Day, Christmas, November, you know? That seems like a reasonable thing. Why do you have to, you know, people are going to live there all year long. If it's permanent, somebody's going to be in there. It's not going to be empty. Just logical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Ferry.
Richard Paul Ferry, 171 Beulah Church Road. I own the property on both sides of that fernery. I bought 114 Rainbow Road, which is on one side of the property. 171 Rainbow Road is on the other. I surround it except for one end and Beulah Church Road. I purchased the property on 114 from a woman who went on vacation, came home, and her double wide was absolutely ransacked, broken into, destroyed. She had no insurance, she couldn't afford to fix it, so she abandoned it, and I got a deal on it. After I purchased the property, which is adjacent to this fernery, I had a generator destroyed, stolen. I had a well. They stole the pump out of it. They wrecked the enclosure. They stole the sprinkler heads off the fernery that I bought. I can't use it because I'm too far away to keep an eye on it. I've cleaned it up. The property is still vacant, and it'll stay vacant until I have enough money to completely go through it. That's because crime from brown people, and I know it was brown people because they spray painted brown power all over the trailer. That's crime. It's not imaginary, it's real. These people here,
address us, please.
These people here are going to have to live with the crime, the pollution, the litter from a culture that is not like the people in this room. It's not right. It should be illegal. If I dug an acre hole in my yard and filled it up with trash and buried it or let it get overgrown, would that be legal? Would you like that in your neighborhood? That's next door to me. They got an illegal dump. Somebody ought to check that dump, see what they've been throwing in there, because it is a dump. You should reject this on the crime issue, and if you think that a migrant labor camp is going to affect property values, I don't know what you're thinking. Reject this on the issues of crime and a negative impact on the neighborhood, plus the traffic and anything else you can dream up. People in Washington are far removed from the border. They don't care what happens. You're supposed to protect us. They don't care. You should.
Thank you. Joanne Mullaney. Please give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Joanne Mullaney. I live at 129 Marvin Jones Road in Crescent City. All right, my 3 minutes. One, I was supposed to be on the docket or to speak about your first 0007.
I have a speaker card here for 08. That's all I have. So address me, please. Address the board.
Then I guess I was not told that correctly. So we'll just proceed with 08.
Okay.
Okay, fine. A lot of fine points have been made today, and I don't believe that they've been really, truly heard by everybody. The Harrises were in and have been part of the Putnam County as the agricultural part of this county for many, many years. My property is surrounded by them. They have used migrant workers, maybe non-migrant workers, but they never had difficulty getting the help that they needed. Is bringing a migrant work camp in during peak seasons really needed in this area? Putnam County has a big influx of people coming in. We have a greater population now to draw from. Is placing a migrant work camp near a school zone and in this area as well really indicated? Is it? We can't draw 6 or 8, jobs in here to pick fern from a company that's already violated federal law. I want each of you, look in your conscience and tell me what you're doing is right. It is not. This community does not need this. Now, if we needed it, it would be a different story. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Wesley Morris. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Wesley Morris, and I live at 192 Beulah Church Road, Crescent City, Florida, down the street from where the proposed migrant labor camp is. I'm here today to oppose the special use permit case SUP 24-000008, application by Continental Floral Greens for development of a migrant farm.
Please speak a little louder into the mic because we're having difficulty hearing you.
You're not able to hear me?
Now you go.
Okay.
That's better.
All right. Okay. I'm here to oppose the labor camp development at 240 Beulah Church Road, and our neighbor, which is in my neighborhood. While I understand the necessity of providing adequate housing for migrant workers, I believe that this particular proposal is not suitable for our neighborhood and would have significant negative impacts. Our neighborhood is characterized by its quiet and pleasant nature, and the introduction of a labor camp would fundamentally alter the environment. The potential for increased noise, traffic, and other disturbances is a major concern for residents who have chosen to live in this area for its peacefulness and safety. The Continental's current workforce is in the adjacent labor fields on a daily basis, but at the end of the workday, they return to their respective homes. There is also a well-founded concern regarding property values. The presence of a migrant farm labor camp could deter potential home buyers, leading to a decrease in demand from the homes in the area and a subsequent decline in property values. Many residents have made significant investments in their homes and rely on their property values for financial security. This is contrary to 45-1083, paragraph 4 of the issuance criteria of the Putnam County Land Development Code. Another most pressing issue is the potential for increased crime, which we've heard a lot about today, associated with establishing migrant labor camps. This is not to suggest that all migrant workers are involved in any type of criminal activities. In fact, I believe that most migrant workers are hard-working, law-abiding people. But the transient nature of such a labor camp can attract undesirable elements from the outside due to the vulnerability of migrants and is an increased It will increase the overall risk to the neighborhood. Furthermore, the proposed site for the labor camp is not appropriate given the proximity to residential homes. It would be more suitable to locate such facilities on other contiguous parcels of property of over 100 acres that this company owns at 1668 County Road 308. It is farther removed from residential homes. This location would mitigate the adverse impacts on established nearby homes. In light of these considerations, I urge the Zoning Board of Adjustment to deny the special use permit application by Continental Florida for the proposed migrant label camp at 240 Beulah Church Road, Crescent City, Florida. I believe it is crucial to find a solution that supports migrant workers without compromising the well-being and character of our neighborhood. I am confident that the alternate locations can be identified that more suitable and beneficial for all parties involved. Thank you for considering my concerns. I hope that you will take into account the significant impact this migrant farm labor camp would have on our neighborhood and make a decision that reflects the best interest of all residents.
Thank you. All right, Denver Thomas. Please state your name and address for the record.
Denver Thomas, 164 Rainbow Road. Okay, I just got one simple
Speak
question.
into the mic, please.
I have one simple question. Why do we get to speak here?
I'm sorry?
Why do we get to speak here?
Why do you get to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we wanted to give everybody a chance to voice their opinion.
Why?
I guess that's just giving everybody the right to voice. So
it doesn't sway y'all.
Oh, sure, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. We'd like to hear from the public, though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Eddie Morris? Please state your name and address for the record.
Eddie Morris, 210 Beulah Church Road. I don't know why I'm coming up here after y'all didn't care about the kids. Why are you going to care about someone like me? And I'd like to ask Mr. Fisher, are you going to vote this time? Right off, or are you going to sit there?
Mr. Morris, address the issue at hand, please, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. All right, everybody that's got up here and spoke has told y'all everything bad about this company. There's nothing good about it. You're saying our property values aren't going to be affected. Would any of you people like to have this labor camp next to you? Raise your hand. Nobody wants it next to them. Well, I don't want it next to me. And this company, you talk about, they're going to do everything perfect. Hell, we've shown their track record is bad. Permits on that property that butts up to me, they've been back there building, plumbing, electric, all this stuff for months now. And I called the county about it, and the guy says, well, if you'll file a complaint, I'll come down and stop them. But I tried to be a good neighbor and let it go, because I said there's no way that anybody would let something like this happen in our neighborhood. And it's just, and they're not putting any money in Putnam County. They're taking it back to Volusia County. It's going to Washington. They're not benefiting Putnam County one bit, and they want to come hurt everyone's life around Beulah Church. And it's just crazy to me. That's all.
Thank you. Jake Smiley. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Jake Spiley. I live at 123 Rainbow Road. I'm right off of Beulah Church Road. My sister lives right next door to where the migrant camp's going to be at. I'm just going to say that I worked in the construction industry most of my life. The idea of they're going to bring in labor and go through all the federal and regulated things is a bunch of bull crap because of the fact that they're going to have contractors bring in some of these labor. I know for a fact, that these contractors hire illegal immigrants to come work for them, which means they will not be following the federal regulations, state regulations, county regulations, or any other regulations for that matter. And Ms. Linda, you're not looking at me while I'm trying to talk to you. Is there something more important you need to look at? Okay, thank you. Now, what I'm trying to say is, I know y'all don't care because it's not affecting you directly by your house, where you live, You might have special interest in this. Don't look at me like that. I know. Don't look. Okay, if you do, and you decide to let this happen, you're wrong. All of you. Every single one of you that's voted yes for this to happen, you're wrong. Mr. Earl here brought up very good points, and you kept interrupting him because he's bringing up good points. That's wrong too. Okay? Now, you don't want to say that we're going to follow these regulations. The federal government itself is letting illegals come across this border like there's no tomorrow. We don't know who's coming in here. What do you think they're going to let come over to our house? You think there's not going to be any crime or any problems that we're going to have in our neighborhood? As most of these folks have said, this neighborhood is quiet. I've lived here since '88. I've gone into the military. I've served our country. I've served our country for you guys. And you guys aren't listening to anything we're saying. Nothing. All right? One of my brothers came up here and said, do something for America. Do y'all even care? Or are y'all just trying to get your pockets lined with money? Why are you looking over there? I'm right here. Look at me. I'm talking to you.
You're talking to the board.
Okay, I'm talking to the board. That includes you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I got 57 seconds left. I'm going to use every second of it. Please, I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart, do not allow this to happen. This woman's a liar. Okay?
Please do not use disparaging language.
Why you have all day? You calling people out there annoying.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You've been rude this whole entire conversation. I don't want to hear it from you. I'm sorry. Keep your mouth quiet, please. I'm talking. Let me talk. I'm asking you to please do the right thing. Do not allow this. There's multiple violations. If you guys are ignoring this and you can't see what's going on, then either you got special interest, or you're blind, or you just don't care. Because it's not affecting you directly. It's affecting everybody here. This petition's been signed. There's plenty of people to shut up to this thing, and you guys don't care. I'm not saying all of you because some of y'all voted in the right way. But the ones of you that have not, I can tell right now you don't care. Please think about us. Thank you.
Kirsten Montero. I think it's Kirsten Montero. Okay, it's very difficult to read the writing. Please state your name and address for the record.
Is it this speaker right here? Kristen Montalvo.
Thank you.
I live at 231 Beulah Church Road, 300 feet from where this migrant camp's going to be placed. I do have some concern. I am a concerned citizen or a concerned resident. My biggest thing is my daughter serves and is serving currently right now in the United States Marine Corps. And what a disgrace that you guys will let this happen, knowing that the borders, right now, we have a crisis with the borders. And no telling, about these. I've lived out here for the past 13 years and have watched local people work these fields. The needs of a unvetted migrant, not knowing what y'all are bringing to this area, not knowing if they're cartel, they can rape me. I live by myself in the woods, in the back. Not knowing where these people are coming from, what they can do to me, let alone anybody else in the neighborhood. I have a 90-year-old grandmother who has dementia, and knowing that she lives right down the road from her, who's to say that they can't come in and do that as well? The decisions that y'all are making as an American, you should be standing up for America and the beliefs that we were founded on. And the fact that you're letting this happen is just a complete disgrace. My safety concerns are my biggest concerns. If you had this at your back door, any of your grandchildren, your children, the people that your children know, that you grew up with, if y'all had this place right next to your house, Miss Linda Osborne, would you be okay with it? I'm asking.
I'm not answering.
Okay, so you're not going to answer because obviously you've been paid off.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, so you admit it. Are you openly admitting that?
Would you please address your concerns?
I am addressing.
You're not addressing me.
I am addressing the board, and you're part of it as well as stated the last time.
Okay.
But I'm done here because we already know you don't care.
Thank you. All right, Brenda Smiley.
Smiley. I live at 123 Rainbow Road. I live with my mother, who has dementia. She's 90 years old. I'm Kristen's mother, and Jake's mother. I don't appreciate this woman coming in and bringing this. We don't need a migrant camp, period. I'll say that for a couple of reasons I noted. There's several questions I know that haven't been voiced yet, and some I'm going to go over that's already been, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. Are you going to provide private health insurance or will Putnam County taxpayers have to pay for the migrant workers? The health insurance. How are you going to ensure the safety of the property owners if this is passed? This is in your hands. Do these people employ undocumented, unvetted migrant workers? The country is being flooded with it, and not just the Hispanic communities, but all over the world. Our safety, we're being invaded. We don't want this in our neighborhood for any reason. They've never had an issue when they work. We know most of the people that work down in those ferneries. They've never had an issue with it. I drive 45 minutes to work, 45 minutes home. It's getting longer because of the traffic we're getting in now in Putnam County. I've done it for 28 years. I don't care if they have to drive from the land. That they took on the thing, it's their problem. Do they really need to live here? Their work is temporary. It's just ferns. It's just weeds that go in flowers. They die. It's not produce. It's seasonal work for probable, unvetted, undocumented, E-verified migrant workers, and you're saying this is not devaluing your property values? How about put them in your neighborhood? Why don't you rent them out a room? If you're going to vote for it, put them in your house, not in our neighborhood. Will state and local inspections be available for review? Is this going to be mandatory? It should be.
Please speak into the mic. It's been very difficult to hear
I
you.
said, will state and local inspections be available for review? How often will these be done? So if the new landowners have been on record for violations of camp and labor and wage and human right violations and have been fined $1.8 million, what is going to prevent the new violations and imposed fines being imposed here? It appears the new property owners don't care for anything other than expenses of traveling expenses. If I travel the 45 minutes back and forth, this is almost, we're looking at modern slavery being brought into Putnam County right here in 2024. It's unacceptable. Simply put, the new property owners are not welcome here. As a resident in the immediate area, we've already experienced traffic situations for presumable to be legal migrant workers. Argumentative and combative are not acceptable. I've experienced it many times on Beulah Church Road. The photos that the landowners were trying to show only shows what's in the land. And this means nothing to us now that we have been made aware of the current violations. Have you paid those fines? If not, why not? What are you going to do to prevent it being fined here? Think about this if this is going into your neighborhood. That's all I'm asking. I ask you to vote to reject this completely. We don't want it.
Thank you. Tony, I'm not sure what your last name is, A-L-E. You're up again. Very difficult to read your handwriting.
Tony Ellencar, 150 Beulah Church Road. It's kind of hard to go over everything that we already heard. Everybody saying the same thing, but I'll focus on the technical part of it. My property is right at the entrance of Beulah Church Road. I have about 500 acres on the right side. Okay, so the entrance of 308 and Beulah Church Road, there's potholes all the time. And most of the time, those potholes are filled by residents of that area. So that road does not support actually 16 people living there. So when people come up and the county says they already work there, but the work hours I saw online was from 7 to 1:30 p.m. So after 1:30, they are free to do whatever they want, right? So if they have cars, they have money, there's going to be traffic on that road, and that road does not support that. Another thing is, just about 2 or 3 years ago, we had an issue just down on that area. One of our neighbors decided to rent the house to some no-good tenants. And we had about 5 break-ins on Beulah Church Road in just 1 year. Okay, so they finally moved them out, but every time we call the sheriff, one of them actually said that at nighttime, they only have 1 patrol for the whole area. I don't know how big is the area, but he said the average response time is 45 minutes to that area. So we don't have the infrastructure to receive extra 16 residents to that little road, even if they fix and connect the road to the other side. That's my concern.
Thank you, sir. James Wampley? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is James Wampler, and I live at 106 Lakeside Trail. My mom, it's actually my mom's property. She passed away in 2012. I have inherited it. I'm wanting to build, her dream was for me to build a compound for the 13 grandchildren, 6 kids, and the big family. My concern is I moved away in 2006 to Tennessee. Job took me up there. I came back. I was appalled at what the area had went distressed. What you have here is you have a lot of people that've been there. South Putnam County from Palatka. These people are all South Putnam County. I've lived there all my life. I'm 66 years old. I've seen everything. I've seen how that county got everything last. Between carrying your trash 100 yards down the road to a paved road because you won't come down a private road. But nevertheless, we've got bigger problems besides moving.
Mr. Wampley, please address the board.
Besides moving people in, non-Americans, whether they're illegal or not. For the simple fact is, this is my mom's property, and my property backs up to that farm, as you would say. They were pumping the water out of the lake when my mom passed away in 2012. She went to the county, and they says, well, it's a farm, it's irrigation. Since I've been gone, for the 9 years I was gone and I came back, I can't
Mr.
believe
Wampler, please address us.
Nobody has said that the ferneries grew. Does anybody know what a fern shed is? I've worked in a fernery. I'm one of those people. I had a 50-hour-a-week job in St. Augustine, and I would come home and bale hay and picked oranges. My wife worked in that same fernery right before we got married. It was a small farm. Farm. How big is a farm? Those fern sheds are bigger now. They've got 8, 9, 6-inch, 8-inch wells pumping 24/7. I'm out there cleaning up the property, and that's all you hear is generators. I constantly calling them, please shut it off. It's Sunday. Please shut it off. It's every day. Well, it's getting bigger. And my point is, it's getting bigger where it's going to take more people. It's never going to be enough. It's constantly growing out there. I don't know when the last time any of you have been out that way. Do yourself a favor and look. From what it was when I left 9 years ago to now, it has grown. So it's not some just little farm. So why am I bringing up the water? If you've noticed, please give me a little more time.
Just a few more minutes.
The aquifer from the airport, take a Google search it, and you'll see all the lakes. People have waterfront properties, and ponds are being sucked up. You drive around to Georgetown, Fruitland, Pomona Park, Satsuma, all the lakes are up. That thing, because they've got those pumps pumping constantly, you're going to start having sinkholes. The reason I know that, because I in Penny Acres Farm, I had lot 44, right beside lot 44 was 43, right behind Beulah Baptist Church. And in 1972, I think it was, that used to be a lake, and that was a sinkhole.
Okay, Mr.
And you're going to have that same
I'm
problem.
going to call time.
5 more minutes. I just retired from the villages 7 years. The workforce out there is 90% Mexicans.
Okay.
And what I've seen out there between chicken fights, fist fights, gambling, if they don't get paid, I literally watch them stealing brand new appliances, cabinets. These people are proud. We are all proud of South
Okay,
Putnam
Mr.,
County.
your time is up, I'm sorry. It's getting,
Please think about what you're really doing.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Brad Kay. Brad Kay? Please state your name and address for the record.
Brad Kay, 214 Beulah Church Road. If you made a site visit to the fernery in question here, that was my gate there to the right. I guess I'm the closest one to the home. The migrant camp they're building. That was my gate. My driveway goes along the Harris fernery there. I don't get involved in politics much. I wanted to come up here and check out, see what happened, to this hearing today. And I didn't write up to speak before. After witnessing the very confusing vote that we did on the previous issue here, that was very, very confusing. I think it was very confusing for a lot of y'all too, and some lawyers that were here. That was mind-blowing what just happened with all the people here that was opposed to this, and the lawyers and questions and whatnot. But my gate is 100 feet from where they're going to house migrants. I'm a cheer dad. I've been taking care of cheerleaders since 9th grade. And my daughter goes in and out of that gate 3 times a day. She's already, and we never had problems when Harris was there at all. The demeanor of the employees that work at the fernery now has changed in the last year. And my daughter gets whistled at. Her friends get whistled at coming in and out of that gate. Beulah Church Road is a very skinny road, very rural community, and we don't need people living there that we don't know. We have enough problems with crime. But yeah, my daughter goes in and out of that gate 3 times a day. And the little party shed, you saw the little patio, the little carport there. They're going to be putting grills under there and partying there. That's the house, that they're going to house them in. And yeah, Eddie was right. I live on the Morris Deer Ranch, prettiest piece of property in Putnam County. Eddie works on that property every day. There's not a stick that hits the ground, not a piece of moss that hits the ground without him picking it up. He loves that place. And we don't need a migrant camp next door. I got a bunch of kids coming out of that gate, and we need to know who's there. We need a company that is reputable. All the facts are presented to you about how negative this company has been, and that confusing vote that just happened, you made a lot of people mad. Take that into account. And think about my little girl opening that gate every day. And I have much respect for y'all that all sit on this board, took time out of your day to be up here. I'm not into politics. So, but it was very confusing. And thank you for hearing me.
Okay, I just have a question from the standpoint of, you said, whenever I visited the site, there was like a V or a point, and there was a gate to the right, but that said Morris Fernery.
Morris Deer Ranch.
So
Morris
is
Deer
that
Ranch.
the gate you go in and out?
Yes, ma'am. The one with the Harley-Davidson logo on it is my gate. And my daughter goes in and out at 3 or 4 times.
I'm not sure that I saw a Harley-Davidson thing on
Yeah.
it, but.
But whenever you pull into their driveway, after the pavement in sign, mine's a hard right, and theirs kind of veers into their property there. But my gate is maybe 75 foot from where they're going to be housing, where they're fixing up that old building to put 6-8 people in. And they've already been working on it for months with no permits. That's all true.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker card that I had for SUP 24-000008. So at this time, I don't think there's anyone else. Yes, sir? What is? Okay, I thought Mr. King had already been up talking. That he denied, I mean, he said he didn't want to come back and speak. Has he changed his mind?
Well, after the vote, I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you want? Yeah. Do any of y'all live in South Putnam?
We live throughout Putnam County.
Y'all don't none live in South Putnam?
We live throughout Putnam County.
That answers that question, okay?
No.
None of y'all live in South Putnam, okay?
We don't need to.
I own a construction company in Sanford, Florida, okay? And I have about 15 or 20 employees that drive from Crescent City all the way to Sanford, and they're still doing it. They've been doing it for years, and I've been driving every day. I've been in the construction business for 40-some years, and I drive to Sanford, to Orlando, to Miami, and I go every day, and I come back. I don't know why they can't go from D-Land and come here. And I live on 309, and as the crow flies, they're probably 2,000 feet from the St. Johns River. I don't really see no good in it. I mean, I see the property values going down, and everybody around that whole place is making the community better. I've watched it over years, and it just keeps getting better. And then this pops up. I heard about this the day before yesterday, and I thought, really? Are we going there now? I mean, the place has been being cleaned up the last 15, 20 years. I watched it go from nothing, and it's just growing right on up, and everything looks good. We got a good community around there, and now we got this here coming. That's really all I got to say.
Okay. Mr. Hard, you have something to say?
Hello, good
Please,
evening.
name and address for the record.
Alex Harden, 117 North 2nd Street, Palatka, here with the Douglas Law Firm. I don't have much to speak on the merits. I want to echo what my colleague Jeremiah Blocker stated on the prior bill. We are also in opposition to this. We believe there has not been competent substantial evidence on the record to support a finding of criteria C regarding adverse impact on adjacent properties, D, effect on property values, and E and F regarding traffic. Notwithstanding our opposition, and we do want to preserve any appellate rights, I do want to make the board aware of their options here and what I believe it to be a win-win. As the conditions are currently written, the total number of migrant laborers allowed on the property pursuant to the special use permit is 16. The applicant testified herself that the only reason that this special use permit is requested is because the 8 that she needs won't all fit on the county road property. If you adopt this as the condition is written, then you are allowing more migrant workers than the applicant's even requesting. And so while it does depend on what federal and state regulations say as to how many will be permitted on the county road property, I would encourage the board to visit this condition. It's 10C that limits it to 16, and in your discussion, consider reducing it to 3 or 4 migrant workers, as the applicant has stated on the prior bill and this bill, that 8 is the total number that is needed. I'll stand by for questions, but thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Harding? Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, we will close this meeting to the... you've already had a chance to speak, ma'am, so we're now closing it to the public. Thank you. At this time, the meeting is closed to the public, and we are entertaining a motion.
She hasn't spoken.
I'm sorry?
She said.
Oh, I didn't see. I thought I asked you a few minutes ago if you wanted to speak on both, and you said no.
Let her speak.
Go ahead and come forward. Go ahead and come forward.
I'm a decent person.
Please add for your record
My
your name and address.
Yes, ma'am. And group, my name is Diane Kelly. I live at 123 Lakeside Lane, Crescent City, Florida. And I'm speaking on behalf of 8, but asking that you retro apply this to 7. And I want to read something to you. and this is C, that you know in the criteria. The special use will not adversely impact nor unduly restrict the enjoyment of permitted uses in the surrounding area. The word enjoyment is an emotion, and the surrounding area are the people behind me and the people who left. No one up here can say whether this criteria is met or not. Only the people can say whether this criteria is met or not. These folks have been here over 3 hours trying to express to you why this criteria is not met. So without a doubt, this at minimum, the motion should include C. If you have nothing else than C, just use C, because this unequivocally is met. And the response from the team says, the proposed migrant farm labor camp is not anticipated to adversely ... Maybe in good faith, it wasn't anticipated, but you know what? That's not true, because folks are horrified by this. They're very upset about it. It will affect their enjoyment, and you cannot get a more clear response to the fact that this is the wrong thing to do than C right here. And I will say, to add icing on the cake, I would definitely use H, because, and I understand you need criteria that says this is why we would deny. You have to be able to say, what is my basis for denial? But when we say, or when H addresses that it must not negatively impact the health and safety, something to that effect of the migrant workers, my goodness, this organization has demonstrated that they don't do this. It's not just they try to put in writing, here's how we can meet this criteria. They have proven to you that they can't. So how on earth can anyone say that they have met the criteria of H? They have not. The U.S. Department of Labor has told us that. Thank you. I would just ask that you create a motion to, at minimum, deny on the basis of C and H for the reasons that I mentioned, because those no one can argue. No one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, please come forward. Have you been sworn in? Okay. Please give me your speaker's card.
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
What's your name and address?
My name is Cav T.O. I live at 936 Lake Argenta Drive in Crescent City, and I was not going to speak, but thank you for the opportunity. I just want to make a few comments, and I appreciate everybody's time. I know it's been a long day. I just want to bring your attention to criteria J. It's pretty straightforward. Sorry, this is not. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So criteria J is pretty straightforward. It talks specifically about adversely affecting the general health of the public, residents in Putnam County, and it's been pretty clearly presented that Continental Florals has not been able to live up to this. You only have to look back to March 2024 and look at the Department of Labor's ruling, where they specifically stated, and I'll read this verbatim for you. The ruling states here that they were not able to pay wages when due, ensure safe and healthy housing, or provide temporary workers with safe transportation. And this is directly from the Department of Labor's website. I'm reading that verbatim for you. And my concern is, if they can't provide this for their workers, how is this going to negatively affect the residents that live in Putnam County? You know for a fact that if they can't do the bare minimum for their workers and meet these conditions, that they're not going to be able to do so. So I do ask you to look at criteria J and deny this permit on that basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we are closing the meeting to the public and opening it up for board discussion and motion.
Linda.
Mr.
I'd like to bring up the one thing that was brought up about the road. Can you put E back up, please? I was down that road, and when I left, I was in a hurry, and I shouldn't have been because I couldn't even see the driveways. I don't feel that people at nighttime going in and out of there are going to care much, and I just don't feel that that meets it on that right there. And in the daytime's fine, but you don't know what's happening at night. You get 16 people in there if they have 4 or 5 different cars. So I move that we deny special.
Okay.
Can I?
I was going to, since you were mentioning about the driveway, you said you wanted discussion. I was going to give the applicant a chance to talk about the refurbishing Beulah Road. I mean, you were talking about the driveways, right? Or you want?
I'm talking about the whole road.
The whole road,
308.
oh, okay. All right, then I apologize. Go ahead and
Okay.
continue.
Then I move that we deny special use permit number 24-000008 as the request does not meet the criteria E for special use permit as required in section 45-1083 of the Putnam County Land Development Code, and was authorized the chair to sign the final.
Yeah, with the condition, yeah, authorize.
With the conditions as recommended by staff, and authorize the chair to sign the final order.
Second.
Okay, let me make sure that I'm getting this. We have a motion and second to deny special use permit 24-000008 based on criteria that you do not feel it meets E.
Right.
Okay? Any further discussion? All right, all of those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, all against? So the motion carries 5-2. There is a 30-day appeal process, however, so if there's any things that need to be done, work with staff. Thank you.
I gotta get you to practice. I gotta get you to practice giving motions
I
so
don't
you
care.
get them better.
Okay, we still have business to conduct, so if you would please exit if you're going to leave.
That road just scared the hell out of me. Going really fast. Somebody had pulled out.
Actually, I don't.
I would have passed this one, but,
C and D.
okay, the last thing on the, do we have,
All you have to have is one.
I don't think 2 cars can pass.
do we have any new business?
Where are we?
Everybody, please exit the building and not be talking, because we still have business to conduct. Thank you.
You got what you wanted, get out. Don't close the meeting while you're
Okay. All right. Do we have any old business that we need to conduct? Mr. Perry has asked us to leave the meeting open, so let's look at minutes for May 15th, 2024. Has everybody had a chance to read them?
Make a motion, we
Move that be approved as read.
We have a motion and second to approve the minutes from May 15th, 2024. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
There they are if you want to.
Vote. Minutes are Mr. West, and I don't know if it was Earl or Mary.
Earl was the second.
Earl was the second for the minutes. All right, Mr. Perry, you have something you want to address?
I do, Madam Chair. On 007,
Yes, sir.
the vote was 4. Wait just a minute. I want to make sure Brian's not going anywhere. The vote was, first of all, the motion was to deny the petition.
Correct.
The vote was 3 people voted aye, to deny the petition, and 4 voted for the petition to go forward. And that means for them that they can build their migrant camp. The reason I was adamant about not another vote was I had an opportunity to, because we ran into this the other night, but also had an opportunity to talk to the county attorney, and I think that we were both a little bit confused over really what happened at the Planning Commission. And I think during this meeting, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Commando, and I believe that we need another vote. We will need a vote. We've denied, but we have to go back and have a vote to approve.
So this is based on advice from Mr., is it Camacho?
Commando.
Commando? I thought it was Camacho. Okay. All right.
I'll go ahead.
You going to make a vote?
Yeah.
Well, the reason you're confused, Mary, is because it is confusing.
It is confusing.
It's very confusing. You ought to have seen it. No, when you say passed, what we ended up, what the board voted for was on 07 is that they can build that you can build the migrant camp. Yeah, there's more for approving it. What we voted down was a motion to deny it.
So you want me to make a motion now?
Can I say something before you make a motion?
Sure.
Is it within our power to require background checks on their employees?
Within your power? No.
No, the counties, no. I don't think so.
No, sir.
So that's not a condition we can put on?
No.
No,
I don't
sir.
believe so.
No, sir. That's regulated by the state and the actually U.S.
Yeah, I don't think
it's
that's
regulated by
anything to do with
them.
that.
It's not regulated by us. That's actually a lot of the things that are with this. It's not that we don't have anything in our LDC and our code that doesn't, but the government does a lot of this and saying all of that. So they have the power when it comes to that.
I'm freezing in there. Okay, then I will go ahead and I move we approve.
Well, before you do that, Mr. Fisher, just one thing. We don't have to we can put it back on the agenda and bring it up at our next meeting.
Okay, but that leaves, that's a 30-day appeal process period. That gives 30 more days. Can we not do it today?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing that bothers me is the reason I said don't, is that everybody left.
Well, they know.
Well, they think it passed anyway. Correct. And the applicant has already knows that it's passed because.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It has passed, and
So you
I
want
suppose what we're trying to do is make sure that we have the same vote.
Okay, so.
Tell me when.
Clarification. We need right now, or come back next month, but I think we need to do it today since we've just heard the case, that we need a motion to approve special use permit 24-00007 because it was denied previously. Okay.
Well, it wasn't denied. It was just voted down.
It was voted down, okay. The motion to deny. Well,
This is the motion that we're having a problem with, right? Not the last one.
no, not the last one. That was the first one. The first one.
So if we can do that, and I think Mr. Fisher is chomping at the bit.
I'm freezing over here. I got
Okay,
shorts
well,
on
in
and
that
a
case,
t-shirt, and I'm shaking.
It's up to the.
Make a motion, Mr. Fisher.
I move we approve special use permit 24-000007 as the request meets the criteria for special use permit as required by section 45-1083 of the Putnam Land Development Code, and with the conditions as recommended by staff, and authorize the chair to sign a final order.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and second to approve special use permit 24-000007. Any further discussion? If none, all in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? Motion carries 4-3.
It was obvious to assume that if it fell 3 to 4,
It was going to pass.
I'm going to bring a coat next time.
No, folks, everything that this board deals with, it's right online. It's in our, I'd also encourage our board members to look at it and to read it. A lot of what we're dealing with here wasn't even legal questions. It was trying to figure out how to make a motion under Robert's rules. And that's something that all of us can look at. And that's all, same with our it's the same with our audience, is that they can look at exactly what we're looking at. They can look at Robert's rules too, but apparently nobody really did. But no, that's nonsense.
All right, we'll make it.
I know. And you do a good job.
It's 7:15, I ain't worried about it. It's 7:15, I'm not worried about it.
No, it's insane. It's trying to put up for sales or help one signs. There's help one signs all over the county and nobody wants to
There's a help wanted sign in every business everywhere.
It's hard to get people.
It is.
Well.
And I want to say this too, thank you guys for serving. I know that's really hard to deal with, so I just want to thank y'all personally too, because I know it's not fun. Personal attacks are never fun. So I mean that lovingly as I can say that. It's not personal, we're doing our duty. So thank y'all.
Guess you take the good with the bad, right?
This is the second time since I've been here, I've been the breaking vote, and everybody looks at me.
No, I've done it before.
She should have made you vote when she asked.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't come down